Test. Yep, I can hear myself. Okay. Nope. Yeah. 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 Okay. Yeah, that's a bit better. Okay, so think I think we're doing it now, which is good because I thought this was an hour from now. So yeah, cool, sweet. Fuck it, we do it live, right? Uh, this is the Raucous Regalings. I am Blondie. If you've heard of me, uh, I I feel sorry for you. If you haven't heard about me, don't worry about it. I haven't been able to focus on writing anything that's more focused in a while. Good news though, this isn't writing. This isn't even talking about writing. This is just storytelling. Uh, the purpose of this is to effectively show that you can make up a story without having any sort of forethought, which means no plotting, no planning, no massive encyclopedia focusing on the setting and the dates and favorite colors and so on and so forth. So, uh, when it comes to Konos T, I'm not even really good with describing names, so I'm not even going to bother. Uh, what I've got in store for you guys is true to the name, something I've barely thought of. I've spent maybe 20 minutes thinking about it while I was making sandwiches that are sitting on a plate right in front of me. But because the panel's right now, I can't really eat it. So that kind of sucks. But that's fine though. Still smells nice. I can eat it after. Uh, the name, the Raucous Regalings, doesn't really mean anything. It's just alliteration. I think it's fun. But yeah, I'm not going to try to make any sort of reference or pun about raucous. The theme of everything going on right now, uh, everything being this story and where we're entering, is about revenge. By the way, we're just going to start it now, so we have an hour and a half, and depending on how this goes, and since we have another panel in another half hour, maybe the story can continue, maybe not, who knows. So, as I said, revenge. Stories about revenge. Now, something is funny about revenge. Everyone knows it. Old people know it, kids know it. As soon as you have someone in preschool who gets in trouble at a playground for something someone else did and got absolutely no comeuppance for, they understand the concept. So, the interesting part about this sort of revenge is that it starts a little bit sharp and more than sharp, blunt too. A lot of blunt and sharpness. Enough that we end up, well, not we necessarily, but the last two of a group, you know, everything seemed fine one day, taking on a job like anything else. Not really worrying too much because, there's about 10 of them, and anything that's not 3-on-1, they can usually take care of it. Well, what they came across was not exactly a normal job. Instead, it was a trap. And out of the 10 of them, only 2 of them survived. The first one that woke up was a mare, rather dark green with a lighter green mane. She ends up just testing everyone, seeing if they're alive, poking them in the head, kicking them in the shin, seeing if they're even breathing, and sure enough, one by one, everyone is dead. Or the few people that she has to check. Some, if you're missing half your skull, you don't really need to check if they'll make it. Who she ends up finding that is alive is the previous captain. Now, the previous captain turned into a complete pincushion. At least a dozen arrows through the front, a few more through the back that just broke off when his body was tossed into the ditch along with everyone else. And that's where that begins. So, we have our 2 only survivors. One, the captain, who, if he had a name, he doesn't go by it that much anymore. It has unkind memories and perhaps a bounty attached to it as well. So, as far as anyone's concerned, he's the captain. For her, she's always been the bodyguard, and similar to him, her previous names just never really mattered. So she's stuck to a number of names: bodyguard, guide, shadow, whatever it is, depending on what seems more theatric and what gets them more money when it comes to negotiating. So it's about 2 weeks after they wake up from a nice little mass grave that was the last time they'd see all their friends, and well, at least they're not related to any of them. When it comes to the mercenary life and when it comes to dealing with Flywinds for pay, you're going to see people you're close to die, whether they're human or equine in nature. Despite that, the way they went down, just it never really worked out that well. So, after a few weeks, the captain ends up deciding, you know what? We really can't let them get away with this. Which, of course, let's just stick with Shadow, because she sticks to him like glue. Not necessarily due to any sort of romantic connection, but when it comes to the world being how it is, their skill sets are complementary, and they understand that especially now, if one were to die, the other would soon follow. It's not anything personal and not anything necessarily boisterous, it's the way it is in this world. Ever since a certain psychopath on some demonic horse ended up killing a princess in a neighboring kingdom, everything just went to hell. Uh, those who weren't conscripted just either hid or they decided, hey, you know what, there's a lot of money to be made. So they ended up joining a mercenary group or tried to become mercenaries. Most likely they ended up as brigands, nowhere to go to, no real future other than what am I going to eat in 3 days. So it's very, very unhappy times. It's a good way to put it. So the captain and his shadow, they spend weeks recovering, and thankfully they manage to take out at least their equipment. Not necessarily the best equipment, but it's stuff that they know how to use, and with that familiarity comes effectiveness. They manage to drag themselves a few days into a village. It's a village they've helped build up. They weren't exactly rich or massively successful by any means, but they built up a very strong support base, which is good because about 5 of their band of 10 came from that village. The villagers, the few that are still there, even fewer still after having recruited the only able-bodied ones, they were very understanding of the situation, which is good. Most villages or towns or anything bigger, if they see people who are pretty close to just dying outright, they tend to not really bother with you. That sort of investment doesn't necessarily cost money, but it costs food and medicine, things that are not exactly in massive supply these days. So, as they rest up, Captain ends up speaking to the, not necessarily village elder. I mean, everyone's elderly there. No one's really in a condition to do much more than the basic legwork and everything it takes to run a village. Not necessarily well. In fact, they're kind of running it into the ground. But it's not good. He ends up talking to the village elder, leader, whatever he is, and he says, it's we kind of thought it was interesting because the band that came in after you guys supposedly were destroyed, they seemed very happy. I mean, it's more so they had a piece of fabric. It looks similar to your standard, your company's standard, a nice banner that you wave around to show that you are exactly who you are. It didn't look like it, but it made me suspicious. And seeing the condition now, I mean, of course, it's only the two of you, which means our sons, our brothers, at least one negligent husband. All of them are gone. So, what I can do is I can tell you not their name because they never gave it. They came in, they bought some booze for everyone. They celebrated quite openly. And then after that, they headed off over to the east. So, Captain, hearing this, goes back to his shadow. His shadow, thankfully, was in a much better condition. Wasn't really filled with holes and wood and tiny bits of metal as much as just vigorously clubbed. Thankfully, for her being a more warhorse type situation, something where she is able to shrug it off. There was a tiny bit of a limp in her leg, which was not a positive sign, but that seems to have ended. Either that or whatever pain is completely mitigated by her desperate need to get back at them. The band itself had maybe two or three other Requin. It made for a very effective force. Not necessarily cavalry, but no one really expects a kitted out warhorse carrying about 300 pounds of metal just barreling through a shield wall. Very effective. Risky, but effective. They end up talking and say, alright, well, obviously we have to go after them. And it's been a few weeks, so it's likely the trail is cold. So the only thing we can really go off of is that piece of standard. Now, of course, neither of them have the standard anymore, obviously. After searching through the bodies, the standard isn't there either. And of course, they went back after a few days, more or less to give a proper burial to their friends and comrades compared to simply just going, you know what, let's just dig up this ditch they're in. No, they're murderers, they're fighters, they're many things, but they are not disrespectful of what was their own. Was being the key word. So, with that done, with all the words given, with what little supplies they can manage, because again, village is not exactly being run well, and the company has effectively drained them dry multiple times throughout the last few weeks and months, just building up their resume, as it were. So they ended up deciding to go east. Now, east is not necessarily where the company met their match, but it is in a bigger direction. It's a town. I say town, but it's a very generous, generous definition of town. Despite the two of them being not necessarily crippled, but completely just out of their league and not in fighting shape, nothing really seems to attack them, which is nice. They tend to stick to the roads. The few caravans they come across are wary of the amount of blood on their uniforms, but in this day and age, it's not exactly a dangerous sight. It just means that someone's been active. For it to be only two injured people, man and Equine, it's questionable. But like with many things, sometimes it's better to not get personally involved. So the most they do is nod off and avoid any deeper conversation, as you will, because you never know, right? So they end up going to the town again. Generous description of what a town is. So at least population maybe 50 people. 50 including people who are really not all that great. Captain ends up going into a not exactly a tavern, but just kind of might as well be a tavern, right? When in doubt, any port in a storm. He ends up going into there, and sure enough, it's full of everyone that you would think of. Just day laborers who are having a meal and having a drink after a long day. Those who are trying to look for any sort of information, and those who are just bored out of their mind, and the only thing they can do is drink and try to start a fist fight. Through that, he manages to find out, oh yeah, that similar group. They've heard of them. the ones that went around. Now, of course, they have no real information to go off of other than a piece of a banner. The group, supposedly, is only 10 people, which is good because if it was 10 on 10 in a straight up fight, then Captain and Shadow would have won handedly, hoofedly, even. But because it came out of nowhere, because it just ended horribly, there wasn't much they can do about that. It also means it's only 2 against 10 right now. It's not going to work. More so, even if they got up to 10, it's mostly going to be 10 just yokels who don't know how to do more than hold out a pitchfork. Maybe if you give them the piece of wood, they know how to defend themselves with it. And only defend themselves. Not exactly a high expectation. But they've done it before. They weren't exactly the original 2 of the starting company, but they were the ones who survived the longest. Captain himself managed to just win out through seniority. Everyone else either quit or died or was sent off. Once you get too crippled to fight, you tend to be given a nice severance package of maybe 2 weeks worth of food, and after that, good luck to you. In many cases, it tends to lead to a slower and yet somewhat safer death. Sometimes. When it came to Shadow, Shadow was something that joined around the same time and not necessarily enjoyed the violence, but enjoyed the results of said violence. With that came respect, money, better equipment. Most of the equipment, whatever they did take, is needing severe repairs. It at least made them look like, I don't know, deserters, half-dead deserters, zombies. As if things could get worse. It's not like there was any Walking Dead around. Not that they've seen personally. Rumors, on the other hand, who knows? You have all sorts of people who refuse to die, just like them. So, with nothing really to do, and more so, not really any money between them, the pair end up just asking around for jobs. It's like, surely there's something going on. There's always something going on. Well, they end up finding out that there is a small group of bandits that decide to try to make a name for themselves. They've been raiding the town for a few weeks now. It's only 2 of them, and then another 3. So, 2 out of 5, not exactly the best of odds. But to be fair, when they're at full strength and in the real biggest swing of things, their band of 10 was able to take on over 30. Granted, it required a lot of strategizing, a lot of luck, and took place in a church, which is good because, shockingly, churches are easy to defend. Or who knows, maybe the Lord was on their side. Must not have been on their side for too much. So, alright, 2 against 5. Sure. If nothing else, it gets their name out there. Gets them back into the swing of things, and to be honest, if they can't even take on 5 dipshits, do they have the right to live anymore? At least given everything that they believe and everything that they've done so far. So, they decide, alright, well, there's 5. Supposedly, they're in the forest nearby, and not just in a forest so nearby, but supposedly that's where they make their habitual camp. With that habitual camping, it means that outside of having a very basic perimeter, if they even know how to do that, it means that they'll just sit around. It means that they pretend to sharpen weapons, they act like they're big shots, and then they're more likely to intimidate anyone than actually start a fight. Unless they're backed into a corner, and even then, some may run. Now, an interesting part to the job is that if they run, you don't necessarily need to chase them down, because they're not exactly hardened people. The captain and a shadow, on the other hand, are very hardened. In fact, they're hard right now, as I speak. As you listen, their hardness is only getting harder. So, heading out into the woods, usually right before the sun sets, it's an issue where sometimes their night vision's not always good, especially if the moon is covered. But, good news. When you have random dipshits setting up a camp, they tend to keep a fire going. So as they get closer to the camp, they decide, you know what? What's our condition like? Well, Shadow's healed up. Her armor, such as it is, and granted it's a modified saddle, and rather than a thick blanket, it's more of a curtain at this point. It used to be in better condition. It's seen better days, and they haven't had really the will or the time to wash it, so it's something where at least if something's going to be pelted at her, it'll probably stop it. If it's anything bladed or hefty, it probably won't be that bad, as long as they don't get her in the face. She doesn't like getting it in the face. In fact, it pisses her off quite hard. When it comes to the captain, oh boy. His chainmail, stripped of him, his nice customed gabison, all of his nice little fancy quilt and leathers and underlying metals of layers of metal, those are all just gone. So what he has effectively is one of his buddy's tunics. Good news. It's about 3 times his size, so he's been able to kind of double and triple layer it. It's very heavy, but it is still only fabric. When it comes to weapons, well, his axe was taken, multiple swords were shattered. The only thing he has outside of just a very solid walking stick to kind of lean his crippled ass over, he has honestly nothing more than the sharpened sword. Or shattered sword. If there's anything of a sword and a dagger, let's be honest, even a third of a sword is better than nothing at all. So, alright. What's the plan? Plan is we go in from both sides. Plan is we shock them, and then after that, just fucking slaughter them as fast as humanly possible. It's not exactly elegant. In fact, it's rather barbaric. Such treatment would usually be considered a war crime, but when it comes to no one around to care and most officials not also really caring, war crime is effectively only something to worry about if you're on the losing side and there's a lot of eyes around. And so far, there's only two. So, Captain Shadow ends up going around to the back, waiting for such a big, massive, freakish beast, who's, granted, maybe a head or two higher than the captain himself. She's actually really good at hiding in the dark, hiding behind a number of trees and bushes. It's a rather funny sight if it wasn't so serious. The captain himself, well, he reeks of blood. He is still just covered in the stuff, as dried as it is. He hates doing this, but sometimes it has to happen. So he strolls in. Hey, oh, I knew I smelled food. I'm just, holy shit, I have been hungry. You know what? I've been drinking my own piss for the last 3 days. It sounds like you guys are having a fun time. I would like to drink some. Not of my piss, but whatever you're drinking. The first bandit that approaches him, he's rather full of himself. He's been able to effectively hold up an entire town, 3 times in a week. That's not bad. That's not counting the last few weeks of all the other places that they go to, but the town nearby, they got the best stuff. And, to be fair, if he keeps up with it and almost attempt to siege the place and wear it down, he gets to marry someone's daughter. Now, to be fair, it's more of a shotgun wedding, and the point that he has the shotgun and shotguns don't exist, so it's effectively a nice forced club wedding. Like the club sandwich. Some people like it, others don't. To be fair, if you're the one clubbing people, you kind of get to say. Now, of course, he sees this just complete weirdo, and he's like, listen, guy, I appreciate that you're having a fun time, but, fuck off, or I'll mount your head on a stick. And then I'll parade it around for a few days. Now the captain. Oh, he's killed so many people at this point. And then there's this guy who's threatening him with a good time on top of that. Now, of course, he's having to play the act because what else is he gonna do, right? And he just holds up his hands and, oh, no, listen, I got something that'll change your mind. Listen, you like money? Well, good news, I do too. Now, I don't have a lot of it, But if I give you whatever's in my pocket, can you just fucking let me have a few drinks and something to eat? Then after that, in the morning, I'll be on my way. Now, this begging, this pleading, being in a lesser position, that thug, he enjoys that. That gives him quite a rush. It plays to his ego. Very common mistake when it comes to a lot of newcomers who make their living off of raping and pillaging. More pillaging than raping these days, but, any port in a storm. He decides to go, well, what exactly do you have in your pocket? And as he says this, he's getting much closer to the captain. The other four, they're taken with him. Two are kind of watching, but don't really care. The other two, uh, they're somewhere between trying to play a game that is similar to chess and finding new creative ways to cheat. And basically, if they don't get caught, then it's a successful cheat they can try next time with some poor sucker. Captain, he's like, well, to be fair, I only really have this, so you're gonna have to forgive me. And in that moment, as soon as he says me, then he swings that shattered sword and just completely cuts into the first brigand's throat. Uh, the other four, they don't really understand what happened until the first brigand came down and they see this guy who just has what 8 inches of blade and a very heavy handle. It's like it. Well, one, that guy who just died, he was a newbie, so they didn't really care too much. But it meant that they had a hero on their hands. One of them, from the mock chess table, he gets up and he starts to posture and say something. As soon as he tries to say anything, a hoof goes through the back of his skull and he just kind of drops like a sack of stupid. And it's officially on. It lasts maybe 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Uh, Captain Shadow ends up trampling two more of the guards in a blind fury. Blind in that in the fury, the campfire kind of gets snuffed out by a lot of dirt and a lot of dust. Captain, meanwhile, ends up going for the last one, and it's not pretty. Now, the captain's not exactly a man of finesse. His backstory is quite the opposite of needing finesse. It's more of getting it done. He didn't necessarily want to just get it done. He wanted to take out some of his frustration. Of course, his shadow didn't really bother to stop him as much as she just started going around the camp looting. Just whatever food, whatever medicine, anything that's better than what they have. By the time she rounds up everything that she can, which sadly doesn't include a saddlebag, but includes a few satchels that she can at least hang over her neck, the captain more or less just mutilated the the last human, and it was a batch of humans, no Equine there. Equine aren't necessarily the bandit sorts. They tend to enjoy being a bit more social and official. Usually involves getting taken care of better that way. So this guy that the captain just completely butchered, and butchered is the right term in this context. He just absolutely left him in pieces, drawn and quartered effectively. Now, of course, both of them have their misgivings about excessiveness, but given the situation at hand, it's nice to get it out. So, good news is, hey, they already have a camp, so they end up sleeping there for the night. With that, they gain maybe 5 days of food between themselves when it comes to his outfits. Uh, find something better, relatively better than just a triple layer folded tunic at least. When it comes to weapons, it's a laughable amount. You have knives, clubs, at least one actual nice looking dagger, even though it's worth pennies. The downside is they don't even have pennies to their name, so of course he takes the dagger with him. The sword, he's keeping that. Now, he ended up chipping the already shattered blade just a tiny bit, but At this point, he doesn't really care. It's something that he needs just because it works, and it's the last part of his last life that he can actually show off to others. Not that it's anything special, it's as generic as every other weapon that they got, but it's the memories attached that make it important, you see. So they head back to the town, and they get rewarded decently well. Enough where they're no longer completely penniless. More so, they end up getting the attention of a pair of brothers who are just fed up with everything. They swear that they would have stopped the bandits if, they had the entire town backing them up. Well, they didn't. So, rather than try to have any sort of testicular fortitude or testiculars at all, they decided to just cower like everyone else. But now with these two, these surely hardened veterans who could take on odds greater than 2 to 1 and come out seemingly unscathed, those two know there's a there's a future with those two. Now, of course, when it comes to pay, of course they expect to get paid. I mean, that's kind of one of the fun things of being a mercenary in that day and age. But with them not really doing much, and with the captain being rather stern about expectations, their fees are nominal. Not nothing, but not exactly, not a massive amount either. So, good news. Their pair is now a quartet. Other issue, those two brothers, basically as well armed and armored as the captain himself. But they're also untested. The most they've had are just a few bar brawls. Oh, Jesus. If anything, they're bodies that can hold a spear, and to be honest, that's all you honestly need at this point. Speaking of spears, anything long and pokey that you can wield and be completely incompetent with, and yet still effective. They end up asking throughout the town because they've done one job. Surely there's another, right? Well, don't call the captain Shirley because there isn't. But through asking around, they can say, well, there's a caravan that comes through every 2 weeks or so. Where he's from, there's some issues. Well, it's kind of the issue because now it becomes a thing of they're now chasing rumors for pay. What they used to do way back when they first started, they never really left a town unless they had a job with it, even if it took them traveling, because at least you're traveling with purpose. So, second round of job searching, and it's not necessarily begging. The captain nor Shadow have to do that. They have the twins to do the begging for them. So, they waste an entire day, which ever since they kind of got back into their first, would you even call it a fight? But ever since they got back into the swing of it, and since they've been able to heal more of their wounds, they're just antsy now because every day is about 5 or 6 miles, and that's a very lazy day. It could be more. They could be hundreds of miles away from now. It's really hard to say, and that's really the only purpose they have. If they didn't have this method of revenge, then they probably just would never have woken up in that ditch to begin with. So, the pair of twins, they come back, and they're very full of themselves, very proud of impressing the hardened, bloodied veterans, and the job, such as it is to deliver about 200 pounds of cheese. Now, the fun part is the town itself does not have the cheese. They have to go to a different town that's a few days away, and they have cheese. So it is a retrieval job. Oh, so, so very fun. From hunting down assassination targets and dealing with smaller militias and all sorts of things, back down to just this disgusting, cheap, dumb, know-nothing work. Cheese, why not, right? Granted, 200 pounds to a very, very effective equine like Shadow doesn't really mean much. Which is good because when it comes to equipment, whatever they don't have on themselves, they keep on her, which doesn't bother her. You could probably put about 1,800 pounds worth of weight. And then after that, it's not really an issue. So, all right, it's a job, right? And if they're lucky, if they haven't found anyone else, they just kill them, loot them, and maybe that gets them something else to do. So, all right, for the love of Christ, let's just do this one job and go from there. Because again, the entire purpose of this is building up capital and trying to figure out what's going on. So they go out, they find the other town. The other town, disgustingly idealistic, not really anything fancy about it. And of course, the cheesemonger, whatever source they have, whatever guild they're attached to, oh yeah, they have more than enough. And within a few hours, they get saddled up and they leave. And God, these types of jobs are just so fucking numbing. Not just to the brain and the soul, but the hand too. Because it makes you slow, makes you less likely to just rip someone's throat out as soon as you get the chance. They return back, and of course, oh, they're so awesome and so grateful, and it's worthwhile food, and yada yada yada, and no one cares. Yeah, the captain walks out of the appreciation about halfway through, and the brothers are left to pick up the money. Once upon a time, he used to be so much better than this, but yeah, what can you do? They end up leaving the town without even trying to look for work, which you would think they would be a little bit more eager to give out better jobs, but just small towns and small mines kind of go together. And that town where they got all the cheese from looked too idealistic. There's no houses on fire, there's no missing children, there's absolutely nothing wrong with them. And under better times and under better circumstances, it means it is perfect for going in and dealing with trade goods, buying better equipment, buying supplies, things that you do when you have money and when you have time. When you have neither, it's a place you really just don't belong. Not to mention, looking as they do doesn't really help. Believe it or not, the two bumpkins, they're actually better dressed, as minimal as that is in terms of improvements. They don't end up finding another town, which, eh, they're not really trying. They're just kind of wandering at this point. Of course, they know the area, but their minds are not in the right space. They don't really have their map with them. They understand the paths that they're going and roughly what should be in those general directions, but they've traveled so much and so often that they can't really say, "Oh, hey, look, we're coming up to this place." Up until one of the brothers says, "Oh, hey, look, we're coming up to this place." It's interesting. It didn't really look like they got out all that much. All right, so what exactly are they coming up to? And of course, the brother who notices, oh, he's more than happy to talk about it. Oh yeah, this is it's a family crypt and all that. Yeah, we've had everyone in our town. They make this long pilgrimage and they come here, and usually when they do, they tend to get buried here when they die. Now, what's kind of weird is that sometimes they tend to die very quickly after visiting. So it's a mausoleum, in other words. Okay, sure. Well, they got nothing else to do, and in their day, in their prime, they've seen more than a few mausoleums that were worth looting. Now, they've never been grave robbers before. If anything, the loot they've picked up off of corpses are usually so fresh that they're still twitching. And usually corpses that they themselves created, not something that they just picked through in a previous battleground. Bad juju, that. But it's not like they have anything better to do. So they end up going to the mausoleum. Uh, it's not what the captain expected, because apparently the standard they held is the standard that someone else already completely ignored. The mausoleum is in complete shambles. Worse, it looks like something burst out of the mausoleum, then burst into the mausoleum. Now, of course, the captain's concerned, but not really terrified. Shadow, of course, is acting as recon, and as the three men are going through the area, she just it's much faster for her and much more efficient to look around. Apparently, equine ears and eyes make for really good scouts. And worst of all, if anything happens, it's much easier to run away on a four set of hooves rather than a pair of legs. So the two brothers, they're absolutely spooked by this. If they haven't shat themselves before, they probably have now. Mixed results on how familiar they are to that. So now the captain's intrigued. All right, well, is it worth going back to that town now? Because they probably don't know what's going on. One of the two brothers, he's very against that idea, mostly because, well, there's nothing saying, or there's nothing stopping them from just saying, well, we must have did it, and then pretended like there's an issue, completely ignoring the detail that the stones look like they've been broken out of, rather into. A pair of bumpkins wouldn't understand this. The other one, he just wants to leave. It's something where again, he's a body, he can hold a weapon, but he's not exactly fond of fighting, which is a shame because the only reason they haven't been fighting more is that just everything's been dead quiet. And on the notion of dead quiet, it's not really that quiet anymore. They end up seeing, the three of them, a what looked like an old man. It was an old man, is an old man, uh, minus half his face, which is interesting. It doesn't really look like something that an old man should be able to walk with. One of the brothers absolutely loses his shit because apparently that was someone that died recently in town. The other one, he's gone completely just ramrod still. He's completely lost it. Now, again, the rumors of undead, Captain's heard about them. He's never actually seen them. His first instinct is to call for Shadow and to end up approaching the... Is it an old man anymore? It's hard to tell. There are maggots on it. But, well, it looked like a worm that was going through his scalp. It's really hard to say. Jesus Christ, it sure smells dead, so honestly, jury's out on whether or not it's still alive. It must be just freshly dead, freshly raised, even. Now, of course, Captain takes it down without too much issue and ends up bringing down the pommel of the sword onto the skull, and it gives way too easy. Which, he's crushed a few heads before, but this time, spongy, almost, which is an interesting thing. Now, as the old man falls, the head just completely caved open. A lot of bugs end up coming out. As hardened as a man as our captain is, alright, that made him scream just a tiny bit. Not like a little girl at all, but enough where it's just he's not fond of that. Doesn't like it. He beats feet for a hasty retreat, and the other two brothers they follow him, and uh, it's the good thing. It's the right thing that they did that. Not necessarily caved in the old man's head, but it's good that they ran away because it's not just the old man that came out, but a few old men and a few old women too, and some that were not quite as old. They don't seem like they're really shambling either. In fact, they're dressed in very esoteric colors, colors you don't even see royalty wear, or even those nice foppish upper socialite caste sorts. But it's not good. Now, of course, one of these figures seeming completely ignored by the undead. Is that accurate at this point? It maybe is. They don't really seem all that bothered by it, and they end up speaking up saying, we kind of thought that someone would notice sooner or later. Are you from that town that gives us this nice, fresh bounty of bodies? Of course, the two brothers, one of them, he's still just, he's nonverbal at this point. But that terror, that sheer horror, that existential fear, it doesn't stay fear. It doesn't stay as horror. It morphs into something else, melts into his head. Not just what happened and not just what he's acknowledging, but this existential understanding that what he's seeing is because of these guys. And they're not acting like this is a big deal. They're not acting like they did the impossible. They're acting like it's just another thing that happens. And dead people, usually they don't come back. That doesn't just happen. At this point, Shadow ends up bursting through them. It's about 5 or 6 bodies. Most of them get toppled down. Nothing really massive, but it gives them a good chance to advance. Of course, the captain, with the makeshift weapon that he does, of course he goes forward. The two brothers, well, one of them goes forward. The one that was just completely traumatized and frozen, he's actually followed the captain just 3 steps behind. That's really good. It means there might be a future for him yet. The other brother, once he sees the other two just sprinting in, of course, the more angered brother screaming something that I don't even know what it is. But you can tell that it's angry. It may not include words, but it's something that's very, very uh, indicative of his mood. So, tentatively, he ends up joining in. The what are they? The fops, let's call them, the foppishly dressed esoteric ones. Uh, they end up just offing themselves, which is interesting. It doesn't stop the undead from moving, and in fact, it just makes it slightly more freaky because as they start to bleed out, that blood kind of seeps into the reanimated bodies, which is not good. And through that additional resource gain, they end up swelling. Not necessarily swelling like fat or swelling like a water balloon, but swelling that there's just more bulk to them. Like one man suddenly having the size and weight of 3. It's not good. Good news is, at least the 4 of them are together, and they're facing against 3 smaller bodies and 1 hulking thing. What else could they call it? It still looks squishy. It still looks spongy. I'm reading the chat stuff too. I probably shouldn't be doing that. Nothing is being read. This is all just happening as it happens. That's the fun part. So, the odds are slightly against them. They have the benefit of having 2 experienced people who can kind of give morale to the 2 newbies. Downside, they have no clue what the hell they're fighting. They have no clue what the hell's going to happen. Now, of course, the lesser undead, they fall pretty easily. The big bulky one ends up taking a single swing. Good news is the captain avoids it. The more ferocious brother ends up ducking under it, which kind of seemed like something he might have picked up in a bar brawl, which is nice. The downside is the less courageous brother ends up taking it right to the torso. He ends up flying back maybe 7, 8 yards, which is that's far. That that that's that's really far. That's too far. That's too far for a punch. So Shadow ends up disengaging, checking the poor bastard who got flung just to see if he'll be able to fight back. Which that's all that matters, right? You may be concussed, you may have broken ribs, you may be missing 3 fingers, but by God, if you can still punch someone with your stump. Otherwise, you're gonna kill everyone. Very, very thoughtful team players they are. Now, the big bloated one ends up taking way too much damage to kill. They can stab it, they can poke at it, they can go for whatever is shaped like what might have been its head once upon a time, but it doesn't necessarily slow it down. It does, however, get more and more wild with its swings that it becomes easier to tell. Now, the angry brother, he's actually holding his own. It seems like he might have been the one who fought a lot more than the other. He's ducking around. He's actually the one who ends up flanking it. Now, the backside, not really all that effective to attack because, again, you stab into it with whatever you have. It's just all that comes out is this just black ooze, this ichor. It's kind of disgusting, to be honest with you. So, continues with that. The captain decides, you know what? Maybe there's another route. So what he ends up doing is he ends up striking the arms, necessarily more the joints, the elbows. He ends up managing to get one arm to go completely limp by going through most of the tendon and most of the muscle. Between the two of them, and of course, Shadow's doing whatever Shadow's doing, which is not helpful, but, well, it's the chaos of a melee. You don't really. Everyone has a plan until some dude gets punched like a few dozen feet away. They end up managing to take it down, which is the moral of the story. They kind of realize at this point that whatever happened, it had lasted long enough for the shock to kind of wear down because it no longer became a thing of, oh no, these corpses are coming back, and more, I need this to die. This asshole's just not gonna die. He keeps going and going and going. Thankfully, when it's down and it doesn't bleed out as much as it is just deflating, the brother, for once, actually feels rather proud of himself. He goes, "Hey, Cap, we fucking took it down. Hell yeah!" And he's fighting with this what could be a freaking war hero, and it's just he's shown himself to be so very skilled. Granted, how much skill does it take to avoid the blows of a bloated corpse, right? Supposedly. Now that victory is short-lived because Shadow ends up coming back, and what she managed to do is just drag the other brother, and he's dead. He's been dead. Apparently, that blow to the torso killed him on impact. Didn't really have a chance from that. Even if he had any armor, it wouldn't do anything. So, oh boy. While the captain is really tempted to just start going through the bodies of the esoteric figures, he kind of understands this is a moment. Now, the question is, what do you do with this body? Oh no, this isn't an actual fiction or anything. This is completely off the cuff. This is kind of an exercise for me and also a bit of a showing when it comes to the panels I've done before on writing, how just, like Ash Williams, shoot first, think never. And trust me, I'm not thinking at all. This is just going. So, of course, while the captain would like to just start going through stuff, and of course Shadow doesn't really focus too much on that. Again, if she happened to know the two better, she might care. All that she really cares about is not necessarily any more of the undead because they're easy, but it's more the focus on if there are any more of these esoteric sorts. Because this is new. They've heard rumors before, but they've never seen them. And of course, a decently well-known group of 10 who have their own battle standard, they're probably not going to find anything weird, especially anything that likes to stay secret. Now, for them to have stumbled across what they did, there's got to be more than just two of them. In fact, she's betting there's a lot more than just two of them. Oh yeah, XC, I don't know if you're one of the ones that, like one of the 6 people who were at my panel at last Mare Fair. Like one of the last 5 people. That was a fun one. The story kind of continues from that in a way. So, Shadow, she's just focusing on things. She's not daring to go into the mausoleum alone, but she's definitely scouting out and just making away like she's on fire. The captain tries to console the brother, which the captain himself, it's not like he had any siblings to begin with, not really much of a family. If he did, it's not really a topic he'd go into, or there's nothing genuinely worth remembering. The company's been basically all he's had for who knows how long. You don't get that big and that famous and that skilled out of nowhere. And of course, the brother, as happy as he was, he's now just, at least he's not frozen anymore. I mean, he sees that his brother's just torso is completely caved in, and it's right in front of him. There's no escaping the reality. The only other person he could rely on in his life is dead, and for no purpose, for no greater scheme. There's absolutely nothing gained from his death. And that's just the way it is. It's just now he's by himself. Now he has this crushing moment of what am I going to do until the captain puts his hand on his shoulder. At least a more cleaned hand than what it was moments before. Said, listen, I'm not going to tell you what to do. But, this is a big but, if you want to get back at the people who did this, you should stay with us. Because we have our own people to go after, but if there's more than just these two guys, they're they're gonna make themselves known. What we saw, this was an accident. I don't think we were supposed to see this, not this early. And given there's only a handful that were raised, we got to go in there. We got to see what's left. If it's just them, good. It means we stop something really, really important. And your brother, he helped us stop this. Now, this is me leaning in, by the way, from me to you. His brother actually didn't do shit. His brother didn't land a single hit. He did nothing for morale. In fact, what little money he had been given, he already spent. So, to be frank, there's nothing to gain by checking his pockets. The poor bastard died for nothing. He left nothing behind. He made no impact whatsoever. Now, that said, the captain still knows how to deal with people. He knows how to deal with death, and he still knows how to deal with those who are grieving, because he's been there before on both sides of it, and nothing has changed. Not a single goddamn thing. But he still gives the kid lip service, and he's reminding him he's not alone with his brother. He's part of a company. Now, it's only a company of three, technically, but it means he's not alone. And it means that he has a chance to not just get back at them, but he has a chance to improve himself too. And what he saw in that fight, not taking a hit outside of getting some just disgusting gunk on him, which the captain's now keenly aware of now that he's standing next to the fucker. Not that he smells any better, mind you. Something where it's like, you know what? He has potential. He has a future. If he's willing to focus on what happened and to not let it get him down, he sees something good in the kid. For him, it's not enough. Of course, it's not enough. Nothing is ever enough when you're in the moment like that. But it gives him something to chew on for later. And of course, he focuses on how he needs to bury his brother, which may or may not be a good thing outside a mausoleum where they just had corpses that were recently raised. But the captain's like, all right, just do your thing. Listen, Shadow and I will go into this mausoleum. We'll see if there's anything there. If you hear us screaming and pooping ourselves, it's good because it means we're going to try to leave. If you don't hear anything after some screaming, that's when you should leave. Don't try coming in. If the two of us can't handle it, your ass is not going to be able to help. Now, of course, the way Captain says it sounds like it's a joke. It sounds like it's a way of relieving pressure, and it is. But it's also a very important lesson of if things look bad, he just needs to run. Now, this is not the time to be all nice and holy and focused as being a mentor, because to be honest, he's never been a mentor. He's usually just someone who needs to crack the whip and make sure that people do their job and don't get so blind drunk that they're useless in a fight, or worse, accidentally hurt someone else. Not that that's ever happened, but the few people who do, they tend to pay for it very quick. So, alright. He's staying outside. He's going to be burying his brother with, well, it's a mausoleum and there are two grave robbers and whatever else they may be. He'll probably find a spade or something without too much issue. Now, Shadows return, and of course she mentions that there's no one else around, and he trusts her. There's no reason to doubt that anyone's hiding, and she just pretended to not pay attention. So they end up going into the mausoleum. The mausoleum is... calling it a mausoleum is maybe too high a compliment. It would hold maybe a dozen bodies, if that. I mean, it looks just... Huh. It's what poor people think a mausoleum is. Put it that way. There aren't any treasures there to steal, even if things haven't been broken into. Now, they end up finding a few books, which is interesting. They're both in a scripture that neither of them recognize. Not that they're master academics, mind you, but they've seen a thing or two about a thing or two. They came across a few more interesting items, not weapons, but tools. Very interesting tools. So, of course, they end up putting them in whatever bag they came in and just becomes part of their loot. Now, what they're going to do with those, I, I have no clue. They have no clue. I mean, it's the only lead they're going to get. In worst case scenario, they can sell for some money. It's like all they need to do is remember the patterns on it, not just the blade, but the handle itself. And, they can just work off of that. Their memories are like a steel trap collectively. Nothing in, nothing out. Which is, alright, maybe it's not a good thing. I'm not saying these two are perfect, okay? They're just very effective at killing. So they end up coming out. They kind of take their time with it, just because they understand that the brother needs to grieve, and neither of them really want to help with digging a body. They've already done more than enough of that. So, only after maybe an hour or two, just kind of sitting around cleaning themselves. Not really talking too much. There's not much to talk about these days, just because most topics tend to remind them of those who have already been murdered. Unfairly, even. Again, death is no stranger to them, but the way it happens, that makes all the difference. By the time they come out, they see the brother, and he did a rather good job, surprisingly. They're not really necessarily massive judges on how you bury a body, but it looks decent. It looks like it has value to it. More so, it looks like there's a lot of junk on top of it to stop any animal from digging up the body and chomping on it, which, it's nice. You don't want to find your siblings half eaten by a bunch of scavengers. So, they're not really eager to talk to him, but he says, you know what? Cap, you had a good point. I felt something in that fight that I never felt before. I felt powerful. I felt useful. I felt faster than I'd ever been, even into just barely holding on and hacking and poking at some sort of decrepit monster. Yeah. As he says that, he seems like he's faltering right there, but the captain's quick to help recover. So it sounds like you're good to go. Good news, we have some leads. This might not tell us exactly where to go, but if we continue on, we might find some more leads. I could really, really use you with this. Captain pauses, and Shadow's the one to speak up. And of course, you will get paid very handsomely. Good thing about how we used to run is the more successful we were, the more everyone got paid. So, if you want to be rich, you should stay with us too. Now, of course, the poor bumpkin, he's focused more on getting back at them, but the mention of pay too, higher pay, much better pay. I mean, he already thought he was making a lot of money, and it was a it was a laughable, pitiful amount. I feel sorry for the poor bastard, especially his brother who died for, again, pennies effectively, and for no greater cause. He says, "All right, well, let's do it. Do we go back to town?" And Captain's like, "No, we're going to move away from that town. When they find out what happened, they'll see that you buried your brother, which means they'll probably guess that it wasn't us. As for those two, whatever they were, eh, they really don't want to since they kind of stabbed themselves and things got really weird, but they end up checking the body anyway, and it's there's they're nothing but skeletons now. In the matter of a few hours, they completely decomposed from humans to just bone dry. Not even skin or anything is left, which it's not good. In fact, that's kind of freaky. Neither of them want to touch anything. So, of course, it's the farm boy who ends up stomping on both of their skulls, turning it into powder, and just searching through their robes. Good news, he's too angry to think straight. They could use that. It's a very useful thing to have in a fight, just not when you're not in a fight. He ends up finding another dagger similar to the one they found at the mausoleum, which is good. He ends up finding something that could be a map. It's too basic. If one of them were still alive, they could probably give context to it, but instead it's just dotted lines and some figures. It saying it's a map is wishful thinking, but they take it anyway. So they look at that and they said, you know what? We can look at that as we go. Let's get the fuck out of here, all right? It's not good because again, if there's more than the two weirdos around, they're probably not going to be too happy. So they end up just going down the road and continuing on with their, I don't know, is it a journey? It feels like just another day to the two. Now, of course, the bumpkin, he's reading through the map, he's looking at all the daggers, he's spending a lot of time on this, just asking as many stupid questions as he can. Now, to be fair, the questions are indeed stupid. And also, to be fair, they are good questions. You know, you can ask a stupid question and still have it be pretty valid. Poor guy just doesn't know any better. So he keeps going, and to an extent, it's entertaining. It reminds the two of them of when Captain first started, because again, no one knows everything from the start. This continues for the next 2 or 3 days, where usually when they set up camp, what basically amounts to a camp, if you're generous. There's a lot of questions, some sparring. Farm Boy, as angry as he got before, he hasn't really been able to tap into that. Maybe it's the sparring, maybe it's just because I don't know, he doesn't have that instinct that just says, "All right, I need to try to kill you for real." But he still learns a few things. He improves day over day, which is good. They need him to improve as fast as he can, because as soon as they come across three decent humans, he's probably fucked. They'll be able to smell the weakness on him and just completely annihilate him without any issue. They would like to not do that. Speaking of annihilation, it'd be good if he had some better equipment. Same thing with the both of them, because again, I have to remind you, they're working with scraps right now. They get paid a little bit, but that's usually enough for food, and compared to the nice variety they used to have, nothing but grains and cheese. At least they were paid in some of the cheese, so, it's nice, I guess. Bread and cheese, not exactly the best things out there. So, after about another week and a half, let's say, they end up doing another job. They end up cleaning up a few more bandits. Less sneaky as before, just because they know the farm boy would botch it, but more engagements at night. The reason for that is because it's easier to sneak into a camp, easier to go into a just area with less witnesses. And it has happened more than enough where they'll end up finishing a fight, and next thing you know, oh hey, look, it's someone who gets the wrong idea. And then suddenly they have another fight on their hands. It only needs to happen once for it to be a very important lesson, you see. Now, the other thing that's worth noting is they haven't really seen any other Equine. Outside of Shadow, there's been no one there. Now, once upon a time, relatively once upon a time, they used to be a lot more common. Now, I don't know. It's weird. Maybe they've all been conscripted. It makes sense, right? You have a few Equine who don't know how to fight. All they need to do is carry a few 100 pounds, and guess what? They live pretty decently. And a lot of people would rather try to steal them than kill them. Or worse, wartime, right? But they don't really let that bother them too much. They're focused more on the band that took them down, and now this group. This They don't want to say cult and they don't want to say cultists just because they know the second they do, they're more or less allowing so many other ideas involved, and they don't really like that at all. It's very terrible ideas. Ooh, nice creaky chair. So, they end up continuing, and the good news, they end up getting another job. With this job, funny enough, it was not an official, not some sort of mayor or elder, but it is a bunch of just this rabble, effectively, and they're just pissed off. Now, reason why they're pissed off, well, uh, apparently it's something about honor, something about, yeah, I don't know, some sort of duel that went out of hand. So, all right, you know what? It's a completely baseless, useless job, like collecting and delivering cheese. But you know what? It sounds like it's gonna involve a fight. The kid could use another fight. Captain could use another fight. Shadow, everyone could use another fight. In fact, it makes you really happy to know that you survived a decent fight, especially because it means that the wealth of 3 can become the wealth of 7 if they just kill 4 people. Simple math, right? So they end up taking that job on. They end up finding the camp, which, again, it's not much of a camp. In fact, it's more they just happened to stumble across the group when they were taking a break. Both of them were surprised to find each other, believe it or not. The group that they ended up coming across, well, I say 3 can have the wealth of 7 if 4 die. It's more than 4. It's a lot more than 4. Uh, that's all I need to say about that. Now, what follows is something that is interesting because despite it being far more than 4, not as much as 10, but the odds are not in favor of the 3. Turns out, not all of them are necessarily on the same side because as soon as the first bit of blood is sprayed and the first body drops, a few more of them end up kind of backing away. Like with what they're used to doing and with how they're fighting, after seeing the captain in shadow and what they're doing shows that they are way too like no. It's like having a level 5 Weedle up against a Mewtwo. It's like you just know it's not going to turn out well. It's like you know you should be fighting some dude who's talking about how he loves shorts rather than this fucking death machine that he seems too comfortable swinging some shattered sword, killing someone, and then before they drop, moving on to the next target. Now, even at being such a disadvantage, just the freakish sight and the weapon that he's using, or the facsimile of the weapon, it's actually doing a lot in his favor as far as freaking them out. And of course, seeing a warhorse too, just going at it. I mean, it's you would believe a horse can dance after seeing the moves that Shadow's been giving. Not just avoiding attacks, but being able to just it, it's freaky. You ever seen someone get kicked by a horse and they just crumple? It's like that, except she starts to tap dance on top of them too. Not a pretty sight. In fact, for many of these hardened criminals, about 3 of them end up just kind of like, by the end of it, they're holding up their hands. They're not interested in fighting anymore. They've officially been defeated. Good shit. So, still kind of in the throes of this nice battle panic. Captain's kind of saying, all right, why should I not kill the rest of you? In fact, why should I not just string you up, bring you back to the town, and let them do whatever they want? Because they're rather pissed at you too. And to be honest, I understand. Well, to be fair, the 3 that are still there, they're following the leader. That's it. They're rather craven. It's kind of pathetic, really. As much as they're dressed up, where of course, they got the nice mohawks and they got all sorts of like this fearsome facial hair going on, they look like a set of bad dudes. They're dudes. They're faking it until they're making it. So, you know what? Captain kind of has an interesting ultimatum. These three douchebags, they're just followers. They need followers. Again, the farm boy, he's got a lot of potential. He's really, really good. He is a little bit freaked out at the first person who died and he kind of froze, but as soon as someone tried swinging at him, he got right back into it. It is amazing work for his experience level. Not flawless. He took a few good hits and got a little bit dicey there, but he made it out okay. He'll be able to heal with whatever. Maybe with the scar or two. That's not bad. But there's still just three. And if they get these other three guys, now that's something. So Captain goes, alright, listen. We're going to bring the heads of your friends back. We're going to say that we enslaved you, and that you are officially our slaves and you're going to fight for us. In reality, I'm going to offer you all a job. You fight when I fight, you run when I run, you don't fuck up anyone that you're not supposed to, and you'll make a lot of money. How does that grab you? Now, of course, two of the three, they're immediately just like, yeah, obviously. Why wouldn't we, right? It's an awesome deal. You got it, boss. And the captain says, don't call me boss. Okay, sure, whatever. The third one, he shows some form of discontent about it, just because he's really, really not wanting to do more of this violence. He's kind of shaken by it. But to be fair, two of his buddies said yes, and they just watched three people absolutely murder fuck these guys. So he just, alright, well, what's the pay? Captain shrugs and says, we'll figure that out once we get back to town and get paid. For now, your first three jobs, cut off all their heads, and then we'll loot their pockets. Sound good? And of course they agree to it, because what choice do they have, right? It's an unconventional way of recruiting, but you know what? They need it. Besides, what are the odds these losers are going to live that long anyway? Not with the goals they have. So they end up going back, and after some explanation, it's the three are more or less giving some form of amnesty in that they're going to fight for redemption. So many of these people, they just, you give them an ideal to stick with, they'll let a lot of things fly in their face. That's why they're usually stuck in the positions they are. So, sweet. There are now six. Two veterans, someone who has promise, and three craven thugs with clubs. But to be fair, they're better dressed than the other three, so, you know, whatever. So, six now. They're at a good pace. But they haven't found anything out about the band that destroyed them, and blissfully, they haven't found out anything about the, they've decided stop all pretenses and just outright call it a cult, because what else would you call it? Things are looking up. They have so many more issues, but things are improving. So, the question is, obviously, what's next, right? They're starting to grow up numbers. They're starting to get more into the swing of things. All their wounds have healed at this point, but they're still at a bottleneck, and that is equipment. Not just equipment, but money. One gets the other, and not necessarily the way you're thinking. So, Captain decides, alright, well, you knuckleheads ever been to a decently sized city? Now, of course, the city he's thinking of, it's massive. It's a city that his band is very familiar with, and they're very familiar with the band. He didn't really want to show up just defeated and bloodied with just the two of them. With four newbies, it doesn't look as good, but they can come up with a story for that. They can come up with what we would call a blatant lie by saying, "Oh yeah, well we've split up. They're holding down the fort somewhere else. They're garrisoned, and you know we're just stopping by for things." They think that they can maybe be clever enough to figure something out. So they decide, you know what, fuck it, let's just go that route. Along the way, they end up, of course, learning more about the three Craven pricks, and to be honest, they're forgettable. It's their stories are the stories of many. No respect, no power, decided to take it as a group. All their bestest buddies are doing it, they should do it too, and so on and so forth. Things that show that it was a really good idea at the time until they realize just how small fish they are. And still a small pond, to be fair, but they're just outclassed in all methods. Maybe they should have gone back when they had a chance. Now, the city, it's a very nice city. It is actually too nice for all six of them. Why? Because as they have slowly improved their conditions, as they've just gone by, and Captain still has his shattered sword, but he ended up getting another one too, just as a main weapon, because, let's face it, he misses it. Shadow ends up getting some better tack, just some better items. The quality of their food is still woefully the same. Mr. Bumpkin, he ends up getting something nice. He ends up getting a hammer of all things. I mean, it's interesting because with the pitchfork he had initially, he wasn't too bad with it, but it's an interesting choice. And of course, you don't really ask why someone chooses what they choose. At most, you just kind of say, "Hey, are you gonna be any good with that?" And his only response was, "It'll do what I need it to." All right, fair enough, whatever. Again, if he ends up botching it, then it'll suck for everyone, but it'll suck a lot more for him. So, with all this in mind, city life. After a little bit of cleaning up, after a lot of cleaning up actually, they seem respectful enough where they can at least enter at night. Now, of course, the few people who notice them, they notice the captain, they sure shit notice Shadow though. In cities you see a lot more equine and they tend to stand out that much more because of it. Uh, they end up saying, alright, well, we have a place to go. You four are gonna get drunk. Not too drunk, but you're gonna blend in and you're gonna start asking about those weirdos in robes. Don't get too into it. Don't act too antagonistic. Don't act too eager. Just say, hey, this is something that I heard about. You know, then make it like they're fucking goats or something. Just, embellish enough to make it fun. Alright, yeah, sure, they can do that. Why not? Captain and Shadow, they have their own destination. It's a very nice house. They took exactly one job from this house before. It didn't go so well. Technically they got paid, technically they completed it, but it was a pirate victory if there ever was one. They didn't lose any of their band, but what they ended up losing was the client's relative. Not necessarily their favorite relative, but enough of a relative that they kind of caused a lot of issues. So, as dressed up as they could be, and of course it's not too deep at night where everyone's sleeping, they end up talking to the effectively another mercenary who's acting as a guard. It's like, oh yeah, that's captain of the ruinous rabble, and that's the first time that he's ever said that title, the ruinous rabble. It's what the group used to be before they got ruined. Went from ruinous to ruined. And they were truly a rabble. They were a very eclectic bunch, but they were very effective too. That's why they could get the jobs that they had. Now, of course, having heard of them, because the Ruinous Rabble is a name that many have heard. The issue is, if you're no longer all that great, you don't want people to know. You want those rumors to stay positive, stay threatening. And with just the two of them, of course, making a formal approach, you don't want a massive party just coming in, strolling in, tracking dirt everywhere, so they can work with it. It's like, so, please, master of the house, he knows us, take us to him. And, by the way, if you don't, we'll just walk by either way, and you may or may not be dragged along by the nose. Now, the way that the captain says this, the gravitas, and the understanding that he actually will do something pretty fucking vile if not listened to, Dorman says, okay, give me about a minute. He goes in, and about a minute exact, he comes back out and says, yeah, our Lord would like to talk to you. Please, both of you, feel free to come inside. Sweet. Finally, something that they can do. Something that may actually work out in their favor. Now, they doubt they'll be able to get work, necessarily, but they're still owed a favor, technically. They did get paid, but there's something that still can be done. Also, since panel's technically over in 7 minutes, let's call this for a break right now. To be honest with you, since I have another panel in whatever the next panel is, yeah, the vacuous vulgarities, I was thinking of a larger story, so this may continue into the second chunk, because this is obviously too in-depth and too important to be something that can be covered in just an hour and a half. Any comments, questions, concerns as of now? For all intents and purposes, I haven't been writing any greens for a while due to a lot of things that have been going on and haven't been getting better. I've been doing a lot of writing anyway, just nothing that's pony related, so I haven't bothered to post it anywhere. So, uh, yeah, some investment. Uh, for reading Amres, how do you get so good at improvising? Uh, the most genuine answer I can give is just don't think about it. Because it's kind of something where if you think about it, you think of, all right, well, what's the setting? What's the larger war going on? You know, what what's the name of all these towns and cities and villages? Like after a while, it kind of doesn't really matter. The best way to think about it when you have a lack of setting and lore information is think of how you grew up in your city, in your state, in your country. You probably didn't really know any history at all in any capacity until you were taught it in detail. Even most people, they don't know any history about their municipal area. It's like what's the what's the history of Dallas, Texas? What's the history of New York City? A lot of people to this day, born and raised in those areas, they don't fucking know. So you don't necessarily need to know. More so, your characters don't necessarily need to know. As for Toast, this is not written down. I am sitting in a chair. I haven't touched my mouse or keyboard in the last hour and a half. I'm just I'm just rattling shit off. This is this is proof of concept of how you can make a story without thinking too hard, and it's a personal exercise in how I can just keep things going at a somewhat decent pace. Now, of course, what has happened so far, a lot of things, but not much at all. So it's kind of iffy. Uh, audio up, I can do that. See how it turns out. I don't know. I know I'm told to be really quiet. I just don't want to be blindingly loud. Pilgrim, when it comes to Captain and Shadow, their connection is not necessarily romantic. Not to say that they haven't gone intimate together. Maybe, if they're bored, right? But it's something that goes beyond the standard affections. They're bound by blood, you could say. And given what they're living for and given what they're going towards, that takes precedent over anything else. The fact that they are both in this together to their last drop of blood says a lot more than any sort of carnal affection or confectionery admiration. That said, they could probably do to have more than just grains and cheese for weeks on end. Doesn't really do so well in the stomach, or morale for that matter. Thankfully, they're used to it sucking, so they can figure it out. So, yeah, it's I think we have a half hour interval It looks like it's the same thing, so there's nothing happening for the next half hour. So I don't know if anything's gonna be played up for videos or what. I'll keep the stream going just because, but I may mute myself during this half hour unless anyone wants to talk or something. I don't really care either way. I was kind of 50-50 on whether or not I want to do this, but in the event I'm not able to do any panels next year, I at least want to give this a go, especially since I missed Americon. So, I don't know. Uh, let's consider this part one done. The second part will be in a half hour, and that's another hour and a half. So, here's fucking hoping that it finishes up right. So yeah, Corp, Wapo. It's I guess if there's any filler time for the next half hour, feel free to do that. I don't think there's all that much more interesting for me to talk about right now. Oh yeah, as quiet as I am, I can talk for hours and hours and it doesn't bother me that much. Well, it's an on-cam when it comes to building a world for ponies. That's why I like my bootleg stories because it's technically MLP fiction, only in that they're vaguely connected. It's like it for a lot of the greens that I've written, if they don't take place in Equestria, they're completely separate in their own thing. Like there's no connection at all, and it's just I don't know. I like having stories with mares that are not necessarily MLP related because they shouldn't have to be, right? Now of course that has a bit of a schism between the show and I guess the fandom of the show versus just some fucking dude who's taken the idea of talking Technicolor Equine and making something out different from it. So at least it makes it easier to kind of distance yourself from everything has to be attached to a season or attached to canon. And for Toastman, Toastmares, I just do it. That's why I started doing those panels because the first writing panel I ever went to was the first time I went to Ciderfest with a few other Anons. I think Perp was there, Slep, uh, AZG Chip as like the first time I met up with all those guys. Slep and I went to a writing panel, and it's a dude who actually published like the official comics. And his shit was just so goddamn boring. It's like, this is what a protagonist is. This is what an antagonist is. Like, a lot of this dry, like, elementary school teaching environment. And the last thing you need is to know terminology. It just, terminology doesn't matter. It matters if you can do what the terminology is. Otherwise, it's just, it doesn't do you any good. So, when I focused on the panel, it's just, I'm not focusing on the details, it's just, here's how you can do what I see myself doing, which is just doing the storytelling. And yes, Soap Man, Chip, the Chip Man. Uh, we have another half hour before the panel starts, so this is perfect break time. I'm not gonna start up way too soon. It's just me and my voice in the void, and whoever's listening. And since they haven't switched over to other videos for break time, it means that I'm on the hook until the panel starts. I'm okay with that. So, but yeah, it's I would like to see more stories that have more Equine without it necessarily being tied to Equestria. I know that kind of may not necessarily be as kosher when it comes to MLP and stuff like that, but it's nice. It's rather freeing. Uh, it allows you to focus on things and more of the characters rather than, well, is this what they would have done in season two? After a while, it doesn't really matter. And of course, headcanon is the right canon, so yeah. I wonder if I should change images to show that we're in the second chunk. I don't really know what would be a good second image, I guess. Hold on, let me close out this image so when I find a new one I can get it all correctly done. And then after that, I'll... How's this work? Oh, nope. Yeah, there we go. I probably won't keep this when the story starts back up again, but I'll show it off anyway. It's a nice 4th year anniversary to myself and to others. And yeah, it's I think mares should go beyond their original setting. I think it would be rather freeing to think of stories that you can have with them that aren't necessarily where it's just too focused and too much of the same stuff. And yeah, they kind of are a bit on the fuzzy side, aren't they? It's yeah, that's something where I don't know. That's I've commissioned maybe 3 pictures out of everything, and I'm not used to them. I just ugh, I don't like the commission process. I don't like being that guy of saying, hey, this is what it's supposed to be, and here you go. It's just I don't know. I've without sounding too much like an asshole, I've just enjoyed people making things on their own and then just being fucking surprised as all hell when it happens. Because at least that you can tell it's not money that they're doing it for, but that just autistic passion, and that's the good shit right there. Uh, Reading Omres, how do you come up with story ideas? When it comes to the general setup or premise, it usually starts as a bare, basic urge. I don't really want to shill any of my greens or anything like that, but I kind of have to at least mention them, right? Angel Cake's quest. When I did her story, that was completely based off of just a raw urge. Like everything else followed that, but I had that raw urge of I had a really short story. I felt something incredibly strong with it. I want to see how that continued. And it's something where she wasn't necessarily the main idea at the very start. Anonymous was, and another character that he was very close to. And she just kind of popped up out of nowhere. And then her story just became a thing of this is what's going on. Everything that happens is just how she's reacting to things. Uh, where the setting, it's established enough, and of course, quote unquote, in universe, it's been established for decades. But it's that idea of to someone who's never been there, this is what it's like. And then of course everything that happened. It's if you've ever read the story and if you like it, you can probably understand. If you've never heard of the story and you don't care, you don't have to. I'm feeling dead air until another 20 minutes when I can start back up. So if everyone hasn't completely tuned out, I'm very surprised. But yeah, it's when it comes to stories, the best thing is if you have that raw, strong urge, like this fucking primordial soup nugget that you build everything off of, then it's everything else falls into place. Your characters will tell your story for you. All you have to do is write it down adequately enough. And I say adequately enough because you can write a story, but if you write it poorly, people will not understand it the way you need them to understand it. You know, it's like trying to make a rape joke and it just comes across as like creepy compared to, Donald Duck raping Elmer Fudd and saying, "Oh no, Mr. Duck, no." So, shit like that. It's all in the presentation, or not necessarily the presentation, but the execution. Uh, for Soap Man, I do not have femfiction. The reason for that is because I know femfiction is kind of snooty a tiny bit. I know they don't like greens, and I've only really written greens. I know Auto Pony, one of the bootleg writers. I think he has the second longest bootleg green, being Midnight, and of course, number one longest is Jackie. I don't know if I should be proud of that or not, but whatever. He ended up transcribing it from greens into standard prose, and apparently it just massively took off in popularity. Which it's a good green, and I think all he had to do was really just rewrite it in a few ways, and just wasn't necessarily copy paste, but similar to that. So I'm sure FemFiction could use a lot of fresh material going on, but I don't think they're interested in greens. I've seen all sorts of reasons for that, but it is what it is, right? As for favorite pony fanfics, the not green ones, I'll be honest. I don't do a lot of reading these days. I grew up reading a shit ton, and it just eventually kind of tapered off. I still love games where it's text only, so I'm still doing a lot of reading technically then too. But when it comes to stories and stuff, I've tried Fallout Equestria, but the first one is just it reads like so much other fan or Fallout 3 fan fiction. And I used to read fan fiction too, like fanfiction.net. That's like the old school shit. But I tried with Fallout Equestria, and I never got into it. Uh, I don't know if that makes me a fake fan or pompous or what. There are none that I can honestly recommend, just because I don't really know about them. The two stories that really got me to write were Rare and Twill Sparky, like the old school, uh, old school bootleg greens, and they're very short greens too. That's the ironic bit. They're able to have such a punch for only being a few posts long. Which let me see if I have pictures of either. My laptop died back in December, and I lost a lot of my bootleg stuff, like almost all the pictures that bootleg ever posted. But I should be able to find it. Yeah, here we go. So that's technically them. That's technically Rare on the left and Twill Sparky on the right, just in tiny form. Let me see if I can. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, it's good enough. So, yep, these two are why I started writing greens. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel the need to, if I gotta shill anything, I gotta shill those two. And yeah, that's the other thing too, Madness, is like the word count. Like I'll say this, it's when I reach what I think my current word count is like 690,000 words, which to be fair, if you look at my Pwn paste, I've written a lot of stories. It's like it's a lot of shit. The reverse gender roles Equestria, Kinder Equestria, the Flare Mares back when that thread was allowed. There's just a lot of things I've written, and my goal was, as stupid as it is, once I hit 1 million words, I wanted to polish up a few of them and like self-publish some sort of anthology. You know, charge like $3 for a book. You know, that's just not to make money. Money has nothing to do with it, but just to say, hey, I've written so much, I can self-publish an anthology of some of my better stories. That's really all I wanted to do. Uh, so, yeah, I don't know. Word count, it doesn't matter. It's you can have a very short story that matters, but I I may be insulting fan fiction too much, but I've also seen a lot of people focus on word count, where it's like, no, I need to have this read like a fucking college thesis. And just, who cares? There are too many people who write characters who are smarter than themselves. And when you do that, you have characters that are kind of retarded because the writer is showing how retarded they are by overstepping their bounds. Now, I'm not saying that with anyone in mind. Of course, it's just you see the same thing with a lot of webcomics. You see a lot of things with a lot of stories. You see that shit with a lot of Hollywood too. Writing and it's got to be so easy being a Hollywood writer. You can just shit out anything, and if your name is popular enough, they'll just take it. Or you can do the Stephen King thing and just write so much that at least one thing will stick. But this was also pre-internet, so he flooded airports with his dime a dozen novels until a few took off. And even then, most people can't really name anything that's Stephen King outside of Dark Tower, It, and The Shining. Like everything else is just yeah. And that honestly, that it's not about the money. Again, at least I would never say it's about the money. But starting your own book to sell, that's a personal milestone of like, bam, I have something so well refined, I can I can have it stand on its own. And Toastman. So you're retarded, I agree, but how do you write a character? Uh, you need to have the character in mind so much that you don't think about what they're doing. They just do stuff, and you just write it down. I have a panel on that actually. If you go to my YouTube channel, and I think it's on one of the Mayor Fair. Oh no, this was my first panel at Mayor Fair 1. I was given just this open area. I wasn't given a room with a mic, even though there were rooms with mics at the time available, because because who knows. But on my YouTube channel, I have that video, and let me see if I can. Yeah, it's this one. Let me post it. This I focus on characters singular. And as I focus on characters singular, I focus on how you can. Oh, that's the YouTube studio. That's not the video itself. Through that video, I just focus on how to actually go about learning about a character singular enough that you can write about them. So, um, how do I do the reply? I don't know. But yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's the other thing too. It's like, as impossible as it is, would I like to be a professional writer? Yeah, fuck yeah. Do I ever think I'll get to it? No. But I also don't let that hold me back. The only thing that's holding me back, in all honesty, is all the personal shit going on. That is probably going to get worse before it gets better, but, you know. If nothing else, I have a lot of stories I need to finish, and those will be finished. And yeah, that's the other thing too. There's no accounting for taste in a lot of things. It comes down to popularity. It's like you can be really, really good with shit, but if no one knows your name, usually doesn't matter. It means someone might plagiarize from you, and then they'll be really popular. It's like Stephanie Meyer, like the 50 Shades of Shit stuff out there. It's like that has nothing to do with the content, and probably just she found a way to get it marketed. So that's usually what that comes down to. Same thing with a lot of publishers, where they just, it's why self-publishing is usually not going to lead to anything, but if you get a big name to shill you hard enough, suddenly, you're New York's bestseller, even though if your stuff is just fucking atrocious. Yeah, it's 10:48 for me, which, hey, another 10 minutes, and then we start back up with the story for another half hour. So, uh, and toast, should be, that should be the right video, I think. Oh yeah, the Max Payne, that's just the the thumbnail that I chose. I thought the panel started at 10 instead of 9, so I was kind of rushing. And I was just, fuck it, I gotta find something. So that goes to show I had extra little time to think of anything. Because I thought I would have had like an hour to eat and, I don't know, do something. So, uh-oh, even Corpse going to sleep. It's a sleepy Saturday. Also, I don't know if anyone's noticed, but can anyone hear the campfire ambience going in the background? I've had it going for the last hour and 50 minutes, but I don't think anyone heard it. I have it really, really quiet to the point where it's almost muted, so I don't know if it's audible or not, or I don't know. If I were smarter, I would have prepared this a little bit better. Yeah, I can't hear anything. Yeah, that's fine. It's not required. It's I thought about doing some sort of ambient background, but that didn't work out so well. That, and I don't know if it would really detract or help or not, so that's whatever. Another 10 minutes and then we can get started on the revival of the Ruinous Rabble. Captain and his shadow. Who knows what can happen. And yeah, that's fine. I closed out of that window. I thought it'd be interesting, but it's not required. I'll be honest, I would enjoy doing more story time things like this. I don't know where to post it. I don't know if there's a thread that I could make, or if there's a thread that I could post to say, hey, it's Friday night, let's do another story time with Blondie. That'd be pretty cool. It's just I don't I don't know if that would fly or if there'd be any interest in it. Doing it for panels in the middle of the night when everyone's either going to sleep or they don't really care what's going on. Yeah, that works. Another 8 or so minutes, that we can get started. I guess the other thing is, I have zero interest if this story is actually interesting. I've heard one or two saying that they're engaged. I do have a SciTube channel, but that's just the bootleg SciTube channel. The other thing is I've been trying to get streaming back onto SciTube, and I forgot how to do it. I know I used Picardo and something, I forgot the steps, so I haven't been able to do that, and that sucks. Uh, Doing what Wampa does in the weekend streams, that wouldn't be a bad idea. I don't think I would do any readings. I think I would just do stuff like this where it's a story time. I sit down, you sit down or lay down, and I just tell you a story. And then it ends when it ends, you know? And of course, I think with this one, the pacing has been a bit more slow just because I know that it's a back-to-back panel, so I got 3 hours total. And that was the main thing of either this would be a shorter story that would end and then I switch over to another one, or I just say fuck it and I do 3 hours of a story. Uh, yeah, I might bother Wappa about it. As I used to be able to use Picardo, but it'd been so long I forgot the steps or something changed. And don't worry, exclamation. So far there's only one mare, singular, so there's not too many mares in this story. Not yet, anyway. Got another 5 minutes. And then we can continue. Which I'm kind of curious about because Farm Boy, he has the right motivation. He hasn't died yet. The three losers, jury's out on those guys. But, hmm, to be fair, doesn't matter. As long as they can swing a weapon. And yeah, good night, reading Omriz. It's I kind of do this stuff way late at night, even though people are going to sleep, just because I know there's nothing else going on. So it's incredibly small chance that someone will pay attention to any other panel but mine. Which I don't know how many people are paying attention anyway. So as far as I'm aware, there's like 5 people, which is good. Reminds me of last Mare Fair. And yep, another 5 minutes. It's good stuff. I kind of wish I had more interesting stuff to talk about, but outside of the story, there's really not much to pay attention to. And yeah, you're right, Globs. There is no one here. I'm actually talking to myself, and all these names are just bots. In fact, most of these names show that they're away, so they're people that aren't even here, or they're sleeping. I don't know. I've been told I have not a terrible voice, so maybe I've serenaded too many people into sleeping. I see Mountail, I see Hatsy, I see Batsy, I see a lot of people. A lot of people sleeping or had this muted maybe, which means I could play anything that I wanted and no one would ever know. Speaking of, because I've got another 4 minutes, I have no clue why, but apparently my green equestrian raised has been read a whole lot. Yeah, it's like over 3,000 on Pwn Paste, and I have no clue why because when I was writing that, absolutely no one really commented on it, and I haven't checked the thread in a while, and oh, bugs the shit out of me. Written July 16th of 23, like 5 months before the fire. And it's been such a long time since I've been writing any greens. It bugs the shit out of me. I got a lot of things I really, really need to finish. And that's the worst part too, because I remember all the greens and where I've stopped off, and I haven't like forgotten anything. I haven't been mentally clear enough. Toastman. Yeah, I'll admit I wasn't around yesterday, and I haven't been around today. I haven't been paying attention to MLPCon at all. I got some personal updates and other things going on, so I've been kind of distracted. So that's why I was iffy on if I even wanted to bother doing this or not, but I gotta. I really didn't like skipping out on Americon on that panel. So it's one thing to miss out on writing stuff because at least that takes time to sit down and type it all. When it comes to just telling an oral story, and no one fucking cares. I just say shit and anyone who's paying attention, they're like, oh yeah, there we go. Got another 2 minutes. Nah, don't worry. This is not a good panel. This is a guy talking to himself for about 3 hours. uh, which, I don't know. If nothing else, this will go to show that you don't need to be all that smart or all that creative or all that good to write a story. You have that initial idea and then you see where it takes you. If you write yourself into a corner, then you work with that. You know, it's like driving off a bridge. Once you drive off that bridge, you're going to hit the water. You just need to figure out what happens once you hit the water. And with a lot of characters, they don't know how to swim. That by itself can be really interesting. Now let's switch up pictures again because it is effectively time for part 2, which is technically our vacuous vulgarities. Uh, I don't know. Is this technically the same panel? Is this technically panel number 2? I don't know. I have zero clue. No one told me what I can or can't do. So, fuck it. We do it live. Let me get another drink of my Mount Sprecher, which is caffeinated and not at all Mountain Dew, but yeah, it's nice. I like it. Delicious. So, excuse me. Actually, before I start, I need to check the schedule. Is there even anything after me? Because I really don't know. No, this is the last panel. What would happen if I went longer than an hour and a half? Who knows? I probably won't, though. I think it depends on the story. I'm not really looking to... Well, here's the thing that sucks. I was supposed to have court in April. Instead, I had mediation, and mediation basically said, nah, we don't care. So, court date has now been pushed back to April of next year. I think it's April of next year. And that sucks. That sucks a whole lot of dick, actually. But, you know, it, short of me shooting myself, there's not much I can do about it. And as tempting as that is, as I said, there's at least stories for me to finish, so we'll see. Nothing's off the table, right? With that said, welcome to you must enable the channel's JavaScript for this to populate. Really? Did this not do its thing? Let me refresh the stream again. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, welcome to Blondie's Vacuous Vulgarities. I'm Blondie. If you haven't heard of me, good. Keep it that way. I'm not that good. If you have heard of me, my condolences. Uh, I've been writing greens for a while. For the last few years, I haven't been able to focus on greens for personal reasons. That said, I enjoy writing a lot, and this is a verbal storytelling panel. As I mentioned in the last one about an hour and a half ago, or 2 hours ago, technically, the point of this panel is I am sitting down and I am telling you a story. None of this has been written out. None of this is scripted. None of this is planned, especially because I thought it started at 10 p.m. instead of 9 p.m. So that's an extra hour less of thinking. So that's especially interesting. And since this is the last panel of the night, I don't feel the... Actually, no. An interview with the creator of unboxing is... I thought this was the last panel for tonight. I don't know. Fuck it. We'll see what happens. Worst case scenario, maybe I'll post in the thread or find a thread and I'll just continue it. But here's hoping. This isn't going to be a massive thing. So, in our last bit before we had our half-hour break, we had a very, very successful mercenary company by the name the Ruinous Rabble. A different company ended up ambushing them and killing them, most of them. Out of the 10 of the Ruinous Rabble, only 2 survived. One was their captain, the other is an Equine by the name of Shadow. Now, of course, Shadow's not her real name, and Shadow's not her only name, but to be fair, what's in a name? The less people that know her name, the better. And yeah, the interview for tomorrow. Okay, that's fine. Fuck it, we ball. This continues until it stops, I guess. I think this is why I prefer panels that are in the middle of the night, because no one can stop me. And no one's around anyway, so it doesn't matter. So, a short recap. They recovered. They're very pissed, and their entire goal as of now is to get revenge. And the only information they have is that their battle standard, their banner, was taken. It's the only lead they have to go off. They have absolutely nothing else. During that time, in the weeks that they've been recovering and just trying to get back into the swing of things, they managed to effectively hire on 4 new people. One is one twin out of 2 who watched his brother die from a giant bloated zombie crushing in his chest with a single punch, sending him just fucking ragdolling. Think of early PS3 ragdolling. Skate 3 ragdolling, the best kind. And then the other 3 were just deserters who would rather not necessarily be indentured, but, hey, you work for me now. You're gonna die or you're gonna kill people, and then you're gonna get paid. They found that a lot more favorable completely to simply just dying. And where they ended up is a city, rather well-known one, where they are hiding that their company has been completely decimated. They've sent their underlings to gather information on a cult that caused the undead to rise, and they are entering the mansion of a very, very wealthy client who technically owes them a favor. Whether or not he will actually follow through, I have no clue. And neither do they. But given they really have nothing else going for them, they kind of have to. And even in his own home with his own security, he knows that you gotta be somewhat cordial. He's not so high up on the totem pole that he's not untouchable. Especially since neither the captain nor Shadow are in the talking mood. So, everyone have their drinks, their snacks, their, I don't know, I was gonna make a masturbation joke of whatever material they keep by, but my voice is all you need, isn't it? So, let's continue. And, after I get another drink. My voice isn't out, but my throat is dry. And yes, this story is the continuation of the one from the last panel about 2 hours ago. This is a 2-parter. Why? Because I didn't finish it the first time. I thought about doing 2 short stories, and I just... Apparently I'm not doing 2 short stories. I'm doing a single, less short story. So, yeah, that's how that's going. That's how I'm spending my Saturday. How are you? So, Captain, and by the way, I'm still looking at those sandwiches I made, and they're nice and room temperature now, so they're not completely chilled, but I will eat those sooner or later. Sooner, hopefully, than later. So, Captain and Shadow, they're invited into the house. They mention their name, and their reputation is well worth paying attention to. even though they were only a group of 10, they were extremely effective. Not necessarily barbaric and not overly professional, but usually if you gave them a job, they did it. If you tried to bribe them into not doing their job, at best they would say no. At worst, you would have a fight on your hands. And many, many times they were itching for a fight, or itching due to fleas. They were itching for something, I'll tell you that much right now. So, with all that said, they end up going into the presentation room, is what it effectively is. Usually, where you just have social gatherings and chances to show off and flaunt your new levels of wealth. And the client that they had, a rather, you can tell he's lived well. You can tell that if you stuck him out in a pasture, he would fit in just with the sheep, including with how woolly his head is. So of course he's happy to see them. It's like, ah, Captain, I was kind of wondering when you'd stop back. It's been a while. Apparently, he either doesn't remember or he doesn't care to bring up the one time they took a job and technically succeeded, but still technically failed too. But, you know, such is mercenary life, and when it came to the relative that the client lost, you know, it wasn't his favorite relative. An MLP FIM guy, yes, you are late. You should have been here 2 hours ago. Now you gotta go 2 hours back into the stream and listen to everything. Speed reading won't help you with this. My nose. So, he's happy to see them, which is a good sign, and usually a good thing. Doesn't smell like a trap anyway. So, Captain, he's still a little bit irate by the state of things. He doesn't really mince words. Says, hey, I need you to scout out something. Someone has stolen our banner. Now, hearing this, the clients, of course, with him being a dapper chap, he has a rather theatrical way of gasping and acting surprised, but this is something to actually be surprised by. Given the reputation of the ruinous rabble, you don't steal their battle standard. You don't steal, you know, their icon and then just parade it around. That's not good. It's not smart. Now, the client, he's thinking on this because outside of asking how this happened or when it happened or what could possibly be the end, details don't matter, okay? He had a request and you don't ask why. So, knowing this and being a rather apt socialite, the client kind of just thinks to himself and he says, alright, when did this happen and where do you think they are now? And of course, the captain, he's honest enough. He says, yeah, this happened maybe at this point, maybe a month ago. They've tried looking and they've hidden themselves really well, but they know for a fact that the standard was taken. And the only reason why they would take that is because they wanted proof. Now, proof of what? You don't need to go too into detail of what that proof might be. And given the implications of taking a company standard, means that they will no longer be needing it. Obviously, you have the two most infamous members of that company here and very alive. So, whatever's going on it didn't succeed anyway. So the client, thinking of all this, and of course wanting to not anger two very proficient killers who are paid to kill, he says, well, how about this? Give me 3 days and I will get you an answer. When it comes to payment, after I tell you, you will do something for me. And of course, without thinking, Captain just nods and says, alright, we have an agreement then. The client is more than happy. He's overjoyed. Awesome. Excellent. I know I can always count on you. And your ilk. Now, of course, the client doesn't really know the details of the ruinous rabble, nor is he interested in getting to know them. But the spokespeople, the leader, he's okay with that. He can endure the smell of outdoors, of living crawled up against tree trunks and I don't know, using leaves for toilet paper and just whatever these people do. He's of a different breed entirely, and oil and water just doesn't mix. So, and of course, they spend a little bit longer with pleasantries, what pleasantries the captain's really willing to provide, and of course, Shadow's there adding in her own details. They work very well off of each other, not just in combat, but when it comes to social gatherings as well. There are, of course, rumors, and of course, relations between men and Equine are not uh, unheard of, but socially, in kind society especially, it's seen as a rather fruitless endeavor, if that makes sense. So, while no one would ever speak to those rumors, that is indeed just something people think of, because obviously, right? Why else? It's very unusual to see a female in any sort of mercenary company, equine or otherwise. So they eventually leave. It's deep night. They end up reaching to the tavern they've always gone to. The four underlings that they have hired, the farm boy, the one who lost his twin brother, he's drinking like a fish, and amazingly, he's actually holding it pretty well. He's focused on whatever they give him as if it's a personal challenge, or he's trying to think that he can drink and swallow away the memories of his brother dying and having to bury him. In such a short amount of time, he has so many regrets that it's just insurmountable. Worst of all, it's not that he has the regrets, but it's the lack of answers, the lack of details, and not going home to tell people what happened. In a way, he feels like he's failed his brother and himself in that respect. He feels like he's let down everyone who's ever known them just by not being able to relay that he died and the manner in which his death came. That said, the three knuckleheads that they more or less hired on, they're having fun. One of them looks like he's about to get lucky. The other looks like he's going to watch in a chair maybe 5 feet away. And the third one just looks like he's happy to be alive. Good on them. It means that next time they face their death, they'll probably think of the good times before they pass. Again, expectations of them are not particularly high at this point in time. So, of course, well, they've had a long time, they have the spare money. You know what? They could go for a drink too. So, of course, Shadow has her option of choice, a rather nice Merlot. Not exactly something you find anywhere, but in a larger city like that, there are many types of Merlot, and she has her favored. Now, of course, the captain, he prefers something a bit more strong. Something that doesn't really corrupt the tongue when it comes to flavor. Something that is without ceremony, something that is without flair. Because after all, he's a rather uncomplicated man, and the purpose for him drinking is not necessarily to forget or to remember or even to cheer at anyone. It is more a solid confirmation that he is still alive. Because there are times where he's not sure if he even lived in a certain battle. Maybe that close call wasn't a close call at all, and this is just all a dream that he's thinking of on his deathbed. Something more strong. Yeah. So, with that, he ends up choosing a clear liquor. Not too bad, not too terrible, not exactly terror on the throat or the tongue. Of course, he pays for just the bottle itself because he'll end up taking the rest with him once he's finished for the moment. Until then, delicious. With no care for measurement, and with no care for how you have others who insist on sticking with shot glasses and insisting on how much they're drinking, he simply fills his mouth with the bottle, gulps it down in a few measures, and it's his official start. When it comes to the bottle itself, it's not exactly top shelf. It'll do the job, and best of all, it is a disinfectant if needed. So, while Shadow has her Merlot, and while the captain has his drink of choice, the both of them just more or less sit and listen to everything else going on. Given the city is used to Equin, and given Shadow is not exactly small by any sort of warhorse means, she's able to sit without too much issue. You have the occasional figure pretending to trip under her tail, but a rather menacing stare from the both of them turns down any chance from, hey, this could be a bar brawl, to maybe I better not deal with those who haven't had any sort of alcohol in their system for a very long time. And at this point, they are looking for an excuse to get extremely violent. Consequences be damned. Eventually, the first one to turn in is one of the Three Stooges. Eventually, the other pair, who look like they're lucky, are looking to get lucky, and the other one's just lucky to be there to start looking, they end up going as well. The only thing that's left is the Captain, Shadow, and the farm boy. The farm boy, he eventually stops drinking just long enough to move seats over next to the captain, and of course, as much as he's drunk more than he ever has in his life. Astonishing, he's surprised that he's able to move at all. After all, he's seen so many people who get so drunk and all they do is fumble over each other. He's realized in that moment it is not about being drunk that makes people lose their control, but their lack of caring. You see, with him, it's not that he cares or not about his sobriety, it's just he doesn't feel like he's earned that escape. He hasn't earned the right to be some foolish idiot who gets to drink away his woes, and then after that, tap dance wherever he likes, start a fight, maybe get held in a drunk tank, and forced to pay what little wages he has on getting out through the bribes. Instead, it feels like he's just drinking in a way to prepare himself for what comes next. Now, what comes next for tonight? Sleep. But days later, who knows? Could be his death. Weeks later, who knows? It could be him going back to his village. Or his town, rather. Same thing. Compared to the city, everything looks like a tiny village. It's the fact that he has to go back and break the news that his brother is dead, and what caused it. And that's something that horrifies him more than anything. Even though, what could possibly horrify someone who's been able to take on an undead massively larger than themselves? The captain is the first one to break the silence. Says, well, it looks like you're really adjusting to the mercenary life. You're already used to killing, you're drinking heavily, and you look like you're not going to even remember any nightmares you have. Now, of course, the captain says this in a way that is vaguely comedic, doesn't really have to worry about it too much, but his words, they're what matters. Farm boy just shrugs. He wants to speak, but there's nothing he can possibly say on the matter that seems like it would matter. Of course, he wants to bring up his own complaints, but at that point, he's just complaining to his boss, and what is there to really complain about? In lieu of the pitchfork that he has a very, very nice hammer. A little bit too heavy for him, actually. He hasn't gotten completely used to it. Excuse me. But he enjoys using it. The one or two times he actually has had a chance to use it. It's a rather ghastly, brutal weapon. Something that pulverizes flesh and organs as well as it does dent armor and ring the bell of anyone who's unlucky enough to be inside. Not that he's ever dealt with anyone heavily armored at this point in time. Given the people who can afford that sort of armor, he might not even be able to get a hit off. The skill difference he's learned is massive between himself and the captain. And the only thing he can really do about it is hurry up and wait and drink. Shadow, on the other hand, decides to speak up in between chugging an entire bottle of Merlot then asking for another. She can afford it, and to be honest, Merlot isn't that strong against Equin that massive. But it is the flavor she goes after, compared to the captain's looking more for the effect than the flavor, or lack thereof in this instance. She mentions, well, we are going to find what happened with all of this. The question is, what are you going to do when you get back? Because, someone's got to keep going either way, right? And not necessarily everyone is open to the mercenary life. It's not exactly prodding him for loyalty or anything of a test like that, but it's the subtle implication that once he gets the revenge he seeks, he can just walk away from this. He doesn't have to stay. The farm boy kind of looks at her and in a way admires her in a way that males admire females. It happens, and as heavily imbibed as he is, even if he hasn't necessarily looked at Equin that way, she does look rather appealing, as is her voice, despite the absolutely monstrous brutality she's capable of achieving. He shrugs and goes, well, I can't just go back to delivering letters and working in the fields after this, now can I? That sort of life is long, long gone. What do you do with that? And of course, it's a genuine question. The captain thinks about this. He undoes his bottle. And of course, he thinks before answering because it's a very important question. What do you do after you maintain your goal? After you reach what you think is the most important goal that you have? Not only has he had multiple goals before, many large goals, but he succeeded in them. Even making the battle standard to begin with cost an extreme amount of money, because of course only the best would do. And after that, he still found bigger goals and bigger mountains to climb. He does answer, but only after. Ooh, I almost went down the wrong pipe. Excuse me. He does answer, only after another swig from his bottle. And his answer is something not really satisfying. Not to him. It's not an answer he would like to be told. And his answer is, you can do whatever you want after that. And as unfulfilling as that is, it's absolutely true. Once he does get revenge, he can quit. If he finds that he can't quit, then he can just keep going too. If the horrors of what he has done or what he has endured is too massive, then of course he can just continue to drink, just like he is right now. And that's not wrong. It's interesting for the captain to give him an answer that doesn't include morality. For someone with such a background as the farm boy, of course morality is everything. Because what are you if you are not a goodly man? What are you if you do not live by your virtues? There's nothing virtuous about what he's done in the last few weeks. There's nothing virtuous about killing other people for pay. Or necessarily for self-preservation. Because how many fights could have been avoided? How many fights could have been talked through? Now, keep in mind, at this time, he's still a newbie, but he has seen some combat. And it is the gravity of everything that is starting to catch up with him. Just because they aren't moving, they aren't taking naps, they don't have a dedicated night watch. All the drilling that they do, all the practice, all the training, all that's gone for just tonight. He's just a guy in a bar. And when he's done, he'll go upstairs and sleep in a bed until he wakes up. There's no work for him to do. There's nothing for him to look forward to until his captain tells him that they're moving out. He can do whatever he wants. And through that absolute freedom, he has nothing, absolutely nothing tethering him to the world. And of course, if his brother were here right now, he wouldn't be drinking either. They probably would have had a few, maybe one or two. A lot of really good food, maybe having a competition to who could eat the most pumpkin-based items. And then they would be blissfully unaware of the trials that he has faced by himself. Of course, they say their piece, and despite his urge to ask more questions, the farm boy tends to leave it be, and eventually he goes up too. Now, of course, because it's cheaper to get less rooms rather than more, Shadow ends up helping her captain upstairs, and again, for it being the type of area that it is, it's rather decently capable of allowing an Equine to travel. They end up sharing a room. Of course, it has multiple beds, and it's somewhere between the captain just dragging himself to one bed and Shadow not exactly dragging herself, but making leisurely strides, excuse me, to her own, and they end up passing out as well. They stay for, what was it, 2 days, 3 days? Despite a feeble attempt to buy some more equipment, they realize they can desperately not afford it. And rather than trying to hold up thugs or just pickpocket people, all they do for the next few days is just drink and sleep and eat. Part of mercenary life that people don't usually tell you. When it comes to downtime, not only are you losing money, because wages are paid daily, usually, but it also means that there's nothing to do. You have no momentum. When you have no momentum, it's that much harder to continue, because you start to let things fester in your mind. That's never a good thing. Thankfully, by the start of the fourth day, the same doorman that the captain had the pleasure with speaking ends up coming in and says, "Ah, good sir, we have your information. Please return to my master's house at your earliest convenience." So, of course, all that means is after breakfast and lunch, Shadow and her captain decide to go over to the house. The client, as usual, extremely overjoyed to see them. A little bit too much so this time. He mentions, it's good that you're here. Well, the good news is I have found who stole your banner. More so, I heard some other interesting information. Now, of course, these are all falsehoods, as obviously you're here right now. But apparently, a particular well-known and far more affluent figure, more so than I could ever hope to be, is not fond of the ruinous rabble, and through that he contracted a company to end your careers prematurely. Now, of course, he bursts out laughing. He's very, very careful and very, very socially aware to tread lightly, given the situation and the present company. And of course, he hand waves this away and says, "Well, obviously they're wrong. Obviously, you're right here in front of me. What could have ever have happened to the ruinous rabble?" So, presuming that this is all based off of falsehoods, they delivered your banner to the client, and apparently they are known as the... Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name. No, that's me myself, not me as the client, because I've drunk a lot of vodka in a very short amount of time. This is what you call immersive storytelling. It's not like Nathan Drake killing 500 people and acting like the good game or the good guy. This is 100% authentic. And that's how the other thing too. You can't tell I'm making shit up, or you can't tell that I'm reading off a script when I'm drinking. I should probably. Well, I'm not doing a panel at Mayfair, but if people want me to do any sort of actual story time and want me to get plastered beforehand, I would love to do that. That'd be fun. So, no, the group is called the Deleterious Druids. Now, it's interesting that he says Druids, because Druids are not exactly... Nah, I'm not going to take any sandwich bites. Is anyone drinking, or is anyone eating sandwiches during the story? I think not. Besides, I can hold my own. I've never done shots. I just drink by the fucking gulp and let it happen. Also, as long as I don't move my head, nothing spins. That's the best part. Honestly, I'd be okay with an audiobook. That'd be pretty cool. So at the mention of druids, the captain just he's irritated, but at the same time, he's especially irritated because not only does he know that someone tried to destroy his company, keep in mind, they succeeded by about 90%. But it's also, or no, 80 technically. But it's also the matter of the mention of druids. Now, of course, immediately he mentions, now these druids, are they dressed like, and then of course he describes the cultists that were in that mausoleum, raising the dead. The client seems not really impressed. Of course, he's relaying this information as if it's obvious, right? Because why would the ruinous rabble not know the information? Such a high and illustrious company that they were, it's rather blatant that, yeah, of course. Of course they would have this. Of course they would know. Why would they not know? The client nods and says, yeah, that's right. It's they popped up out of nowhere. They've been working for maybe 3 months now, is the oldest information I've heard from them. And it seems like they have a rather insane fervor about them. They they're rather bold, let's say. Now, of course, for him to say bold in normal peasant translations, that probably means insane, which tracks if they're able to raise undead and sacrifice themselves to power up one. The captain, just a little bit buzzed, drops all pleasantries and just holds up his hand and says, tell me where they are. Tell me your most recent information. The client goes, well, that I can do, but still you need to do that favor for me. Captain's not particularly happy at not being told what he needs to be told. In fact, it bothers him a lot. The client understands this without any words being exchanged. He understands he should not speak out of turn. Wealth does nothing if someone cannot be swayed by wealth. Now hold on, the client speaks. This favor that I'm asking you to do, it involves these deleterious druids. Now, of course, he's dropping all social pretense. He understands that if he says the right thing, they may die, but they will get to him far before any guards do. What I need you to do is I need you to take out their leader. Now, of course, the captain had this plan anyway. Why would he not? Of course, take out the leader. Now, it's an interesting detail because usually if you take out a company's captain or their commander, depending on the size, that leadership usually causes them to just regroup. usually under a different figure, usually under the same banner, unless they bastardize it and they decide to leave their own impact at the cost of embellishing certain details. Many mutineers have done the same thing, which is usually why when a mercenary company dissolves, it's usually dead for good. If the leader of it dies, the company tends to die with it. When it doesn't, there are many details that need to be understood. Again, the way things are, it's a precaution. Of course, the captain asked, "Why the leader? Who is this leader to you? Do you simply want them gone? What have they done?" Now, of course, he's asking many questions in a very quick succession. He's showing very, very strong interest. More so, he is showing a very, very strong sense of anger that is only growing and was only just professionally held under the boiling point for the sake of being polite and getting the information he needed. He wants more than information now. He wants blood. And he doesn't necessarily care where he gets it from. The client, hesitating to answer, and he first waves his hand, and whether or not they noticed it before, there were at least a half dozen men in the room. Now, whether or not they were hiding that well or they just didn't care, apparently they were there as a precaution just in case information got a little bit out of hand and tempers blew up just a tiny bit. This gesture was not just one of open vulnerability, but of trust too, and the mention that whatever happens, whatever is said, is only meant to be kept for three figures. And as they say, three can keep a secret only if two of them are dead. Maybe they are dead, they just don't know it. The client speaks and he leans in, close enough to them that he can whisper. He mentions that his family mausoleum, the mausoleum of many nobles, recently they've been broken into. And what has happened is that ancestors from eons back have been risen. Some freshly raised and thus freshly dead. Others reclaimed flesh from centuries ago. And some still nothing more than skeletons with bags of skin over them. Whatever's happening, it's going to be big. Everything that they've done to stop this advancement has only been enough to stop it from becoming public knowledge, ignoring the rumors that they've previously had before the ruinous rabble was decimated. This is interesting news. It means what they came across is happening in many places. And it means that band of 10 they supposedly took down, they already took down 2. So that leaves 8 that they know of. Now, of course, the captain's dangerously interested in this information. When did this happen? When did it first start? Who exactly are they trying to uncover? Is there any rhyme or reason to this? Tell me exactly everything you need, everything you know, regardless of if you think I need to know. Now, of course, the dangerous edge in the captain's weapons is only comparable to the dangerous tone in his voice. Of course, Shadow lets him do the talking, but she's also very tense from this, less angry enough to dispatch someone who they really shouldn't, and more thinking that with the guards being gone, they are no longer as safe. Because if they're raising the dead, all that matters is whether or not the person next to you is still alive. The client mentions that this has been happening for half a year already, at least. that hundreds have been raised, and that there have been sightings of them all over, which gives credence to the rumors that they've had. Well, now that's interesting. And of course, what's even more interesting, it's not just humans that have been raised either. There have been many Equin who have been re-raised. Some as mounts, others as he describes them as reincarnated demons more than anything else, which is, of course, it must be a nobleman's embellishment, but from his tone and from the seriousness and the weight of the situation, can it really be understood as pure embellishment? Of course, this is beyond anything that they have ever dealt with before, but there must be a reason why they were targeted. More so, there must be a reason why they're doing what they're doing. This is, of course, still a tale of pure revenge, as simple and as uncomplicated as that. But this larger goal, well, ignoring the amounts of money that could be made off of this, it means that how long does it take before they won't even have their chance at revenge? What happens if this gets to be something even bigger? Now, of course, they're not humanitarians. They don't do things for free. Why would they? Never do anything you're good at for free. Which is why I'm not good at doing what I do. So, they think on this, or as long as they need to, which isn't all too long before Shadow mentions, alright, so how many are there really? And of course the client, he doesn't know how to answer this. It's like, I don't know. We've had reports of various tombs being raised at the same time. We've had things across the realm from border to border of this happening. I mean, it's our spies are extremely efficient, you understand, but at the same time, they're not efficient enough to keep track of everything that's been going on. That's concerning. Dangerously concerning. And of course, with the farm boy and his proclivities being what they are, it means that it's only going to get worse for him. But this is good, in a way, if you care about his effectiveness. If he can channel that anger into something productive. Alright, you have your terms. Of course, the captain says this, as if he's supposed to ignore the implications of this purely for repaying a rather paltry debt, such as information, ignoring what he's had to pay for information in the past. So you want me to go after these guys? Good. Where can I find them? And at this point, as if this is a massive weight off of his shoulders, the client is just back to his almost caricaturish depiction of happy. I'm glad you're able to help me out with this. I'm glad you're able to avenge my ancestors. Now, of course, he emphasizes the word my, as if he's aware of what happened before. Side note, thankfully, no one from the ruinous rabble was raised. They all died and they were all left in a ditch, which means they're likely to stay in the ground where they belong. If he had to fight his old companions, there's no telling what would happen. Well, here's the information I have. I don't know if this is all of them or if this is simply an outpost, but there's a place 3 days from here. It's a mausoleum. But more of a nice, quaint gravestone, to be exact. Now, of course, with someone as rich as him saying that, it's likely an entire graveyard, which is not good news if they are going to fight those raised from death. There's supposedly a number of cultists there who have taken up residence. Everyone I've sent there so far has been killed. That's a little bit worrisome for me because, well, obviously we can't protect them, and if this continues, if they continue to raise corpses, it means the common man will figure this out. As soon as the common man figures this out, there's chaos everywhere. Suddenly, sellswords such as yourself sell their services at a premium. And as soon as he says that, he stops himself because he understands who exactly he's talking to. More so, what he is talking to. A sellsword. Someone who kills for pay and doesn't really care what happens as long as their pockets are full. He readjusts himself. If this happens, the entire realm will be in danger. Now, of course, all this talking in circles and trying to be socially polite and adequate and correct, all this stuff, all of these minute mini changes in his lexicon and his mannerisms, all of that, it just starts to bother him. He's like, I don't care. I'm going to need payment up front. Now, of course, the client, he can't stop himself from lying, asking for payment up front. Really? You're going to pay someone just so you never see your money again? Oh, he's about to say, of course not, but then again, he remembers who he's talking to and the company that he belongs to, even if the rumors might be more real than not. Okay, how much do you require, my good captain? Captain, without dropping beat, says, I need 5,000. 5,000? I really? Of course, the client, he can't help but laugh. That's more than 30% of what anyone's been paid before in his time of being alive. Like, I understand exactly what you're asking. I can guess I know why you're asking that, given the state of your attire and your present company included. The way he says that is nowhere near as menacing as he hopes it is, but that's all he has at the moment. I can give you 2,000. Captain shakes his head. Shakes his head? Shakes his head. Mm-hmm. See, this is kind of similar to why I write, and you just see tiny little weirdo typos of like the most basic shit, because as I'm going, I don't edit shit as it continues. I just type it and post it, and that's it. That's why part one of Jackie is so awkward, because I just kind of had it going, and I wasn't used to the green formats. So Captain Shakes says, he's like, you know what? I will take 4,000, not a single point lower, or you can see your great-great-grandparents crash through these doors and rip you to pieces. It's a rather bold move because the captain needs this far more than the client does. He's really, really willing to risk everything that he hasn't already lost just for this little bit of extra. And it's not due to blind avarice as to why he gambles this, but because he needs that money. Not just for equipment, but in a city like this, there are many people that he can hire. Even if they're only around for a week, even if they all die, he doesn't care. They're an effective means to an end. And right now, the 6 of them will never stand a chance. Perhaps the client knows this too. Very well. Client nods. You'll get your 4,000, and as a show of my good faith in you, and of course the disgust he says this is palpable, I will acquiesce to your original offer of 5,000. But you will bring me the head of who's been doing this, and everyone who ruined your rabble. Turns out the client knows what happened after all. There's no more hiding, no more obfuscating. Obviously, for the ruinous rabble to go near completely dead silent for over a month and for no sign of them to be shown, along with their precious battle standard being paraded around as if they were defeated and completely erased from the annals of history. Not that a mercenary company like them would ever enter the history books, mind you. It's a mutual understanding of what's at stake and what has already been done. The captain nods. Thank you. I will gladly bring back every single one of their fucking heads. By the way, this is vacuous vulgarities. There's your vulgarity. PG-13 means you get to say the fuck word exactly once. So, of course, it takes a few hours, as does most large transfers of money. Usually because, well, to be honest, the client was looking for ways to get out of paying the ruinous rabble. Because 5,000 is not small money, even for someone as large as him, physically and economically speaking. But sure enough, they do get paid. They get a nice sizable chest. What the captain does is that he gives the 4 men that he recently hired, let's say, he gave them each 500, which is a massive amount of money. It is almost a year's worth in a single moment, in an instant, without any sort of preamble at all. All he says is get every tool and every piece of equipment you think you might need. Whatever you buy, it will not be enough. But I need you as well prepared as you can get. Now, it is completely ludicrous to give a bunch of newbies such a ridiculous amount of money, because what happens if they just take the money and run? Nothing's stopping them. If they were to leave in 10 minutes, they might get away from it. They can start an entirely new life with that amount of money. Or they can really get suited up. They can really have weapons and armor that they would never dream of having in 3 lifetimes. Their choice is theirs. The captain and Shadow, of course, they end up using the rest of the money. They suit up as much as they can, which, to be fair, they do. The amount of money that they have left over is more than enough to suit them both up to what they used to have. Not only does Shadow have her full armor sorted on her, which is rather effective, just not so much when you're ganged up on by 20 to 1. But in anything short of a massive encounter, it'll work. For the captain, he ended up getting a similar weapon to what he had before, a very nice, very, very heavy sword. A plate mail that, honestly, to him, feels like wearing anything else. He's worn heavier armor for as long as he could remember, to the point where it's just, he feels weird without it. Something he never really put in mind, but having that sense of familiarity for that first moment, he realized what he had lost. And it feels good to be back to normal. What he considers to be normal. Not to mention, with what little is left over, they end up hiring at least a full dozen just lowlives. They kind of look like your standard pickpockets and backstabbers, the sorts that probably enjoy threatening those who can't fight back, but some of them who also seem capable of actually fighting, should push come to shove. Altogether, by the end of it, and by the time all the money is spent, barely enough to handle provisions on the trip to and from, under the presumption that they live, they all come out to about 2 dozen. 2 dozen's not too bad. 2 dozen is more than he's ever had to deal with before. Of course, this means that there may be some deserters as soon as it really hits the fan. But he's counting on something. He's counting on them willing to fight for their lives and willing to fight for others. And, should they break rank and simply run away, that's fine. They're decoys. They're meat shields. They may be too much in the vanguard to effectively run. And if need be, if he cuts down 1 or 3 or 7, then likely the other ones will want to stay and maybe do their job. Or at least die trying. At least their pockets are full, right? Now, of course, the farm boy and the trio, they're shocked by what exactly has happened, and even more shockingly, none of them simply just run away. They all turn back after a good number of hours, and all of them are suited up in things that they honestly can't even pronounce, much less they aren't comfortable wearing. The farm boy himself, he decided to get just 2 layers of chainmail on top of leather and fabric and organized in such a haphazard way that he's obviously going off of what he thinks is more defensive rather than what's more ergonomic and comfortable on the shoulders. After all, that's where all the weight is situated, and the poor bastard never even got a belt to help him with that weight. That said, the captain does not turn a blind eye to him. He does remind him of fatigue and how quickly that can accumulate in a drawn-out battle that may last a few minutes or indeed a few hours. The way he mentions that and the stare he gives to the farm boy tells him that what they're coming across is not anything like they've had before. It's not going to be done inside of 60 seconds. It's not going to be something drawn out where they chase a guy who is dragging himself and desperately trying to flee just because he made a few mistakes and decided to be more stupid and brave. For a good young man like that, he deserves that much of a warning, and of course he takes it to heart. He quickly excuses himself for a belt, and with that, his weight distribution issues are largely relieved and alleviated to the point that he's that much more happy. His morale is that much higher because of it. Because even though they are walking into something that he can't even fathom, not that the captain would tell any of them what exactly they're going to come across, but it is that belief that this information will not go wasted. Of course, the trio, they decide to dress up in the way that they do, less effective and less practical, let's say, and more to just flaunt their instant massive wealth. Now, of course, with what they wear, they're likely to die pretty fast, but at the very least, they remain strong and agile as they're not weighed down, and their weapons, of course, just a trio of pikes, not exactly anything of quality, but if it works, if they can form some sort of spear wall and at least stop some of the undead from destroying them that much faster, then by all means go for it. The rest, the ones that were hired with no real larger meaning outside of pure cannon fodder, many of them just have what they have before, which is maybe swords from deserters, maybe daggers, at least one who claims that he's really good with a bow, and one who swears he's a genius with throwing axes. The captain doesn't necessarily care because any posturing they're doing is only good in town. As soon as the shit hits the fan, whether or not they're actually proficient, the only thing that matters is whether or not they die. And he's fine with that. He's gambled on the lives of men that he's cared for infinitely more than these pathetic fucking dregs that no one will ever miss once they die. So, he nods, he agrees with them. Oh, you must be very skilled indeed. I can see it in the way you move. Anything to butter up these poor bastards to take whatever paltry money he's giving out so they'll march into the lion's den. So, with all the preparation done and with all the work that they have finished, they leave the city. The captain ends up riding Shadow as if they make a perfect pair between rider and steed. What's interesting is that very, very rarely have they actually adopted such a tactic, mostly because it's a bit of invasion of privacy, but they also understand that when it comes to the weight and length of his sword, along with her speed, if they just fight line by line, they know they're going to lose. The numbers they have, which may not even necessarily be in their favor, is just to stop them personally from getting destroyed too quickly. Their goal is whatever is commanding them. They have no assurance that will do anything to stop them. And to be honest, if push comes to shove, they don't actually care about stopping whatever undead they may come across. Their goal are the druids that destroyed their company. That has always been their goal. That is their only goal in all of this. And for better or worse, they may be willing to leave behind the farm boy to get it done. Their best chance of that is if they act as one unit rather than two. And if the captain were to ever admit it, not that he would, it is rather nice to not have to march for hours at a time. It's kind of nice to just have a mount that you can kind of have trot around. Granted, the lack of proper saddle is not pleasant. In fact, it rather makes parts of him numb after the first few hours, but it's still better than having everything else turn numb and then sore and then all the blisters. So, you take what little pleasantries you can. Now, after 3 days of traveling, they they end up realizing just how it feels to have a large force like this. They're not exactly full of themselves. They don't believe that they've got this in the bag and that this is a perfect victory just waiting to happen. They know that there's going to be a lot of messiness to this. Now, as they camped out every night, they spoke amongst themselves, sometimes talking to the farm boy to help him out with any sort of beginner tips of, what does he do when he wants to clean a certain layer of armor? Should he sleep in it? Well, very simple questions that may sound stupid to a veteran, but to someone who doesn't know, it's not that he's dim. It's not that he's unwilling to learn. It's that he simply does not know. He lacks the experience of a hardened mercenary and killer, and there's no faulting him in that. Again, even at this point, they still see a lot, a lot of potential in him. It almost makes them regret hiding the secret that he's likely going to die. But if he'll gladly race against that death, it serves their purpose. It serves the company's purpose. It's all that matters. Of course, the other ones that they hired, all the brigands and thieves and thugs, they're raucous as usual. They tend to do whatever they do when they have no authority and no victims. But they'll work. They'll figure things out. On the fifth day, they do eventually come across a graveyard. About an hour away, there is a notable miasma in the air. Some sort of malaise that attacks their animal senses and just tells them there's something not good going on. Of course, as they're marching with this, the captain is at the back. Shadow tends to go from the front to scout out ahead and following back to speak and give updates. These two alone, which the farm boy's roughly in the center, and the mass of thugs are all throughout, just following Shadow whenever she gives a vague direction to head in. Easy to follow a path when there is a path, and easier to tell if anyone's starting to slow down or get second thoughts. Walking in the back has a lot of benefits. She mentions to him in a very light voice, there's at least 50 there that I've been able to see. 50. Now, of course, the Ruinous Rabble at their peak only had 10. At their very best, at their very, very best, they had been able to take on a militia of over 30 men, only with the 10 of them. Now, the reason for that is their discipline, their experience, their willingness to die in the shield wall rather than to break and simply leave others to their fate. For them to be 24 against that 50, for them to only be 2 of them with any true experience, any measurable experience at least, acting as one, and then only one who is actually that capable at all, who is a seedling compared to their well-grown trees. They know that what they're walking into is completely foolish. Now, of course, they don't talk about the obvious. They don't think of any sort of last wishes. They don't think of how close their mortality is, and the fact is that they may die extremely soon. And there's really nothing they can do about it. Instead, the captain mutters, how many of them are undead? Of course, she mentions maybe 30, maybe 32. Around that area, roughly 30-ish, which means there's a lot of these deleterious druids around. Maybe the same ones that destroyed the company. That's also not good, because if they could win outright in a sneak attack, even with a sure position and with all their undead reinforcements, what were they doing? There's no way they could win this. There's absolutely zero chance they could win any of this. Those thugs and dipshits and pickpockets, they're all going to die, or they're all going to try to run away, and who knows? Maybe if they die, they can be re-raised and add to their numbers. What happens then? The farm boy, as zealous as he is, he gets tired from marching as just in general. Granted, he has good stamina. He's willing to just continue for the sake of everyone else, but he slows after the 5th hour. And even then, that heavy weapon that he has, as much as he's fond of it, after about 5 swings, he gets tired. You can't get tired against these things, not when you have so many. And if you're surrounded, as soon as you get tired, you're vulnerable. As soon as you're vulnerable, you're dead. All of that armor that he's wearing, he's very well protected, but what happens? He got nothing for his head. It's all for his body, it's all for his torso, maybe some for his arms, nothing for his legs. Well, that's where the thinking comes into play. Because again, as they're doing this, no one knows that they're discussing these types of items. They understand that, as far as they care, everyone is part of the company now. But the company doesn't exist, it's only them two. They're the only two that matter. No one else matters to them. Everyone else who matters, they're already dead. So, they're focusing with that mindset. Of course, after a while, the captain asks, alright, well, did any of them look more important than the others? Which it's a silly thing to ask. Of course it is. How do you tell that robed figures have some sort of hierarchy? For all they know, they're all the same, but for them to have numbers like that, there's got to be a leader figure. There has to be. It can't be something that organized and yet no hierarchical structure. Well, she shrugged, as however an Equin can shrug. She goes, well, there's maybe 3 that come to mind. One has a crown made out of some sort of long bone. It looks like some sort of pyramid on his head. It's like, alright, well, that's interesting. She says, no, you don't understand, like an actual encasement of bones that covers his entire head. That, that's still interesting. It's the only thing he can say. What is he supposed to do? Say, oh, that's spooky, or ask how he sees? It doesn't matter. Alright, so what about the other 2? The second one she mentions is very tall, very abnormally tall. Now, of course, when she says abnormally, she's talking about a very, very thin, gaunt figure that's maybe 10 feet tall. Like, freakishly so, would be able to mount her as if she were a pony, and kick a normal man as if he were a child. Now, of course, to the captain, he's more imagining someone that is possibly a foot or 2 taller than himself. And he's not exactly the tallest man alive, but He understands that abnormal tends to be abnormal. He just doesn't know the scope of it. Okay, so he's easy to pick out of a crowd. Maybe we can get our range fighters to focus on him, depending on if they think they can get him. Okay. So, what about the third? The third, she hesitates, which is something that Shadow does not do. She does not hesitate ever. And yet she did. The last one, he's robed up like the others, but he's not wearing a hood. His face is exposed, and it is a skull. There is no flesh there. He has no eyes. It is a man with no face. As horrifying as this may be in any other context, the only thing that is in his head is that he's able to mark those very, very telling targets. Of course, there's not really much he can do about it, as impossible as all this sounds. He can only nod and say, "All right." So we need to take those three out. And as far as they understand it, they are exactly there. That is exactly their goal. Nothing else matters. As soon as the chaos begins, their goal is to break away and focus on those three. Now, of course, it's the mobility of one versus three, and they don't know what they're capable of. For them to be so freakish and so inhuman in their design, there's absolutely zero way of understanding what they're coming up against. And that's not even counting the physical logistics of it all. I mean, what happens if they get surrounded? They are only two acting as one, and their others may or may not make it. They may not even care. As soon as they see what happens, they may flee, or at least try to, as soon as they honestly understand what they're fighting and not just hallucinating. It's a rather hopeless situation on all fronts. It's obviously something that, even if they were at their peak, it would be asking for a whole lot and may last for entire hours if they were really smart about it. But right now, their only option is to go in as hard and as fast as they can, and they can't do that with the people they have with them. You don't need to be a statistician. Yeah, yeah, statistician or strategist to understand what exactly it is they're being asked to do, and what their personal capacity is versus what is likely to happen. The truth of the matter is they're likely going to die there, and they're walking right into it. Everyone else is being jovial or complaining about rocks in their boots or silently fuming over which one to get revenge on first, but for the two of them, they understand exactly what's going on. The only difference is that they've already resigned themselves to their fate months ago. Not just their life as a mercenary, but when it comes to understanding that it's only a fluke that they've lived this long, especially after everything that's been against them. And now that they're the only two, if they were to die, no one will ever remember them. Some may remember some of their deeds. Some may have directly been helped and may remember them for the rest of their lives. But those memories will muddle with age and time, and eventually it will turn into some sort of borderline fairy tale. That's all they'll amount to, if they're lucky. Because as soon as they enter that fight, there's not going to be anything left of them. Throughout the rest of their march, they're quiet. Deathly so. The farm boy picks up on it, as he tends to check up on the captain every now and again just to see if there's any updates on plans or to comment on anything regarding the weight of maybe he overpacked with luxuries, or maybe he grabbed too much of X food rather than Y because he's really craving Z. But he notices that the atmosphere those two are giving off is not positive. Something he hasn't seen before, but it's something he, as an animal, can understand that what's going on is not going to be fun. It's not going to be nice at all. And as much as he wants to believe that things will be better, or that things will be an easy victory, he's starting to lose confidence. Not in them, understandably, but simply losing, small shift, losing his zeal and the idea of feeling invincible. And of course, many of the 20 that they hired and the Three Stooges that they had, they don't really seem to care too much. They're starting to get a little bit curious as to why there's not a whole lot of orders or why there's not a whole lot of instruction as to what's going on, but they don't care. As far as I understand it, they're playing soldiers. And all that really means is you march, you complain about the distance, you go to sleep, you drink, and then occasionally you get to kill people. Easy enough. And more so for them to be attached to a mercenary company now. That obviously makes them so much better people in the eyes of others. So, despite this obvious death march, and maybe perhaps due to them wanting to think things through a second time, or to even think things through once, they end up making camp maybe 4 hours away from the graveyard. The reason for that is just maybe the captain and Shadow need some extra time to think things through, because they are confronting their mortality for what may be the final time. They've had issues before, but those are with people they've trusted and maybe even considered friends. What they're doing now, they're resigning someone to death and placing blind trust in 21 others, or no, 23 others. It's not good. And of course, it's usually in the dead of night where most everyone is sleeping. There's maybe 4 or 5 on night watch, which is a good number to have. They form a decently sized circle, and of course, due to some of them being more sober than others, it's decent. There's a very low chance of anyone walking into the camp unannounced. Shadow ends up bringing up to the captain. Of course, neither of them have been able to sleep. They don't feel like sleeping. They understand the physical requirement to do so, but the psychological burden is far too much for them to simply shrug off. She mentions, Captain, if we make up some sort of excuse to leave camp, we can be there in maybe 2 hours. And of course, 2 hours it's not a bad time. I mean, considering that the alternative as a full group march is maybe 5, it means that they'll be more reliable, which is good. They want to be reliable. It's only the two of them, of course, they have to be reliable. So, without thinking too much about it, he agrees and they end up taking off for the graveyard alone. It's not necessarily that they don't trust the others, but they have a vague symbol of an idea. Part of them wants to believe that they're just going to scout out the area slightly more in depth. Maybe they have the delusion that somehow they can catch all 3 simply sleeping. But whatever the case, they end up going. Now, when they reach the graveyard, it's absolutely swarming. I mean, their blood turns completely to ice at the sight of this, where it's more than just 50. It seems like there is almost 100. The 100 there, I mean, they're all in various states of decay. There are people that they think are normal until they turn around and they see half their body decayed away. They see some where they accidentally walk into a campfire and they just start strolling around while they're engulfed in flame. Of course, they eventually fall and it may spread to another, but there's this severe lack of care and just this overwhelming sense of death and dread that is right in front of them. And of course, throughout this crowd, they eventually find the very tall man, the skull-faced man, and the one who has a pyramid of bone on his head. They're at various points of the camp, all doing their own duties, all seeming to focus on their own esoteric habits. And thankfully, as the undead are mindlessly wandering about or focusing on very menial jobs such as moving boulders or digging ditches and other graves, Shadow can't help but speak up. Captain, if we're very fast, if we make a single ride through, maybe we can get some of them. Now keep in mind, part of the job was to bring back their heads. This isn't about the job. This isn't about the pay. Whatever money is out there doesn't matter. This is about making a statement. Accepting anything less than their full revenge is unacceptable. Whether or not it kills them in the process is only a side benefit, as long as they die only after they attain their goal. Captain, of course, understands what exactly she's saying. The question is, where exactly do they start? And what happens if they don't get a clear cut? What happens if he falters? If she gets surrounded? What happens if he falls off? There's 1,000 questions, and as much as he wants to think of the very best situation, it's not going to work. Of course, he doesn't just say that this isn't going to work. This is not the sort of thing that you say. What he does say, however, is if we can get one of them, at least one of them, if we ride out, we can draw most of them back to camp. Now, of course, keep in mind it's a 5-hour march, 2.5-hour ride, roughly. It's a big ask, but at the same time, if they can disengage after hitting one of their targets, they make enough noise and then head in the direction, they may send that wave after them. The issue is, they may also be sending that wave into the camp in the middle of the night, or just as the sun starts to raise. It would effectively be condemning all of their group to die. Now, of course, they don't consider them to be part of the ruinous rabble. Maybe the farm boy for the potential he has, but the rest, they are simply means to an end. Their lives mean absolutely nothing to these two. And to be fair, their lives probably mean nothing to most everyone else alive. They are complete dregs of society. Their lives have no value. They could blink out in an hour, and no one would ever remember them. So, of course, why would they care? Why should they? It's only the farm boy and the experience that he went through and the promise that he shows that makes them have anything resembling a human emotion towards him, compared to viewing the others as simply flesh automata sent to their deaths in service of their ambitions. So they watch. For at least a good half hour they watch. The undead never notice them. When it comes to the three figures, the very tall man, he seems focused on reading something and then making gestures as if he's practicing. Nothing he's doing has any seeming effect. So the question is now, if you only can grab one of them, what would be the seniority? Much like those two and the farm boy, not all of them are on the same skill level. Now, it's an interesting detail. It makes them look at things a little bit differently, doesn't it? The skull-faced figure, what he's doing is it's a grotesquerie is the only way to describe it. Pieces of corpses that he's chopping up, forming it into some sort of facsimile of an equine. Notice, however, there are no equine undead there. Humans don't usually bury equine with them. They tend to get their own funerals and usually get cremated under some sort of local superstition, something that she never really cared for because personally she would rather at least have some sort of golden monument attributed to her rather than a pot full of ash. But the skull-faced one is making some sort of disgusting hybrid as if he's experimenting, like it's some sort of game that he's playing, like it's a puzzle for him to assign. That is very, very disconcerting. And if they wait that much longer, it may be animated and suddenly they would have something else to contend with. The bone pyramid headed one, that's the interesting one. That's the one that was going around the most, checking on various undead, checking on all of the newly desecrated graves. They haven't seen it or seen him or it or whatever it is raise any corpses quite yet, but he's definitely the one that seems most focused on doing his job. With all of that, there's no real essence of any that show that they're more valuable than the other, except maybe the tall one who seems maybe having a little bit too much fun with his interpretive dance and gestures. Perhaps he wasn't always such a tall fellow. Of course, it's still dead of night, but in a matter of an hour or two, the sun will rise, and then after that, who knows what will happen. With the camp being in the state that it is, whoever is still awake, they might be rousing the others when it comes to such suspicion. Last thing they need is to return to an empty camp with everyone having abandoned. So, Captain ends up speaking up, patting Shadow's shoulder. Alright, so we circle around, we head in, we go right for the one building that thing. We go by, I'll aim for his neck. If we don't get it, you circle around and trample him. We can't miss this. If we slow down, we're going to get surrounded. If we get surrounded, we're going to get torn apart. Shadow nods. After all, he is the captain. What he says is what they're going to do, whether or not she has any better ideas. While she is not adverse to speaking her own mind in a situation like this, there is only one way things are going to go. Now, presuming we get that, if we are still clear enough, if we can still get away, then we go for the pyramid-headed one. Now, she bristles a tiny bit at that because that's getting a little bit greedy, isn't it? By the time they come in, they're already going to make themselves known, and again, they have no understanding of what exactly is going to happen as soon as they're in the thick of it, because it is just the two of them. All the same, she's prepared to make that sacrifice. As far as she understands it, they've been dead for a month now. This is just delayed reaction is what it is. So, the pyramid-headed one, because of all those bones, I don't think I can get a clear shot at his head or whatever he's got under there. Your goal is going to knock him over and then trample him. Focus on the body, not so much the head. We don't know what's under there and it may be trapped. The last thing we need is for you to crush it and then you get impaled by bones and you can't go more than 5 steps without bleeding out or falling over. You do that, we're both dead. Of course it makes sense. We don't know what's under that pyramid head now, do we? if those bones are sharpened or if there's any sort of bigger helmet underneath or who knows what, that's a risk we're not able to take. Alright, do we go for the third one? Captain shakes his head no. We gotta take out at least one of them. If we can do the second one, then we'll do that. After that, we disengage, head back on the road, and head back to the camp. As soon as we get there, whoever's left, we rally, and then we take the fight over to them. Now, it doesn't matter if they live or die. What matters is that we head back to the graveyard, because those two, if they're still here, or just the one, they probably won't follow their horde. They have no reason to. But they need to continue their work here, right? Because we see that they're still trying to do things. They're trying to figure out whatever it is they're doing. Whether or not that horde defeats that group, and if it goes to the city, it's not our problem, is it? Now, of course, it's a rather heartless, soulless, uncaring plan, but it achieves their objectives. That's all that matters. Now, of course, as they're saying this, they're both thinking of the dozens of battles they fought before. They thought of the few times where they were pretty sure they were going to die extremely fast, and yet they somehow managed to pull through without so much as a scratch. Other times there have been struggles where they've barely lived, or they're not even sure if they still survived it, at least not until everyone else died and they had to pull themselves up from a shallow mass grave. You know, I miss the ruinous rabble, she says, after enough silence of them just watching everything and understanding what it is they're asking of themselves. He nods and says, I do too. And with that, that's all that they need to say. Shadow ends up circling around to the closest entrance to the graveyard that may get them closest to their immediate goal. At this time, more and more of the graveyard is becoming fortified. It's something where they're trying to set up an actual base. With the way the undead are moving, they're building some sort of permanent structure, which is all it takes to blockade them. Thankfully, with the entrance they go through, there's nothing more than just a few bodies staring out. Now, of course, undead don't make for too well of sentries. Shadow crashes through them, and of course, the captain lets out one of the most furious screams he's ever made. Something that borderline terrifies Shadow enough where she moves faster because at first she didn't understand that it came from him. She thought it was some sort of creature that was on their tail. Spurred by this and the adrenaline of everything else, they make their way towards the man with the skull face. With a single swing with both hands using a momentum of Shadow, he ends up cleaving through right under the shoulders of the skull-faced man. His arms drop and everything from his collarbone above ends up flying off. Interesting to note that even though the man had no flesh on his skull, the rest of his body was very, very meaty and had plenty of blood to go around. He ends up falling without thinking any harder. Shadow ends up curling around, landing on the body and trampling it as much as she can, maybe enough for 2 seconds, which is arguably 2 seconds too long. Already they're surrounded by at least 10 of them. Not exactly threatening in of their own, but it's the sheer mass of them and the reek and the dead eyes that make her unable to move. All it takes is that extra second. A few of them start to grab at her rear, some of them start to grab at his legs. Not exactly skilled in any measure, but enough to terrify them and to weigh them down, as is the most important part, for others to mob them. The captain hacks as much as he can, which is to say a lot. After all, he did miss this type of sword, and he's felt absolutely nothing but fury this entire time. Fury that is increasingly stained by the shame of horror. Now, of course, whether or not their bowels evacuate when they really shouldn't, that tends to happen in combat, especially in a situation such as this. Thankfully, Shadow's able to break away just enough at the cost of a few grasping hands still clutching onto her and digging their bony fingers into her skin long after being separated from the bodies. The less thought of the better. By the time they make it close to the pyramid-headed figure, he's very well aware what they're trying to do. He ends up squatting down and adopting some sort of figure. Now, the flesh automaton that is shaped like an equine behind them ends up racing up very, very quickly. Of course, due to the many, many limbs, it is no longer similar to an equine, but closer to some sort of centipede creature with at least three heads, all staring at them. All of them with wide eyes and even wider mouths, to the point that their jaws are starting to break away from the fleshy mass that used to be their skins. Disgusted and unable to think much more than immediately what is happening, the captain ends up swinging at them, taking off at least two of the heads. It doesn't stop it from moving, of course, but it's enough to make it slow and falter, perhaps fumble, to the point where some of the limbs end up falling apart. Obviously, if this was given yet another hour of construction, it would be far more dangerous than it already is. Going up to the hooded figure at anything close to maximum speed, anything faster than she's normally ever been able to match, the captain ends up taking a hard swing, a helm splitter, focused on splitting the pyramid head that sits on top. It ends up going through, but the figure itself just turns to dust. Whether or not that means defeat or whether or not it is simply escape, they have no clue. With that going, and with everything going on, with everything having been accomplished in that split second, the captain looks around. He sees that there's far more undead than before. All of them are staring. Some of them are moving towards them and able to stop them. Some are just staring, not moving, not trying to get any weapons, not trying to do anything, but the way they look. Get the fuck out of here, he says out of nowhere. Out of everything. Maybe he said it 5 times already. Maybe he hasn't said it enough times for it to finally kick in. They leave the graveyard as much as they can, trampling over everything, ignoring whatever cuts that Shadow tends to get from her underside and from her flank from the macabre festival that is just trying to slow them down and make them join their ranks. The tall figure that was previously dancing is actually catching up to them just from sprinting. It's a madman that has no brakes. By the time they enter the graveyard, they head into a full gallop back to the camp. Of course, they don't make it anytime soon. After all, it is 2.5 hours after. The figure, as tall as it is continuing to focus on them. Maybe after the 20 minutes of galloping, Shadow's able to feel the strain because the figure is still coming for them. It is not stopping. It refuses to stop. Next thing that the captain knows, he's ass over tea kettle. He's over on the ground. Apparently, the tall figure had caught up, grabbed Shadow by the tail, and yanked her down, sending him into the air. Now, of course, by the time he's back open, he's dealt with a few heavy hits before. He's used to it. The tall man has already shoved his arms around the head of Shadow and is trying to wrench her head off. Of course, he's close, close enough to see what's going on. Is close enough to see that his long fingers are only getting longer and forcing their way into her mouth and down her throat. Not close enough to be able to get there in time before he wrenches her head off entirely. Almost like popping a soda can or a soda bottle, with the bottle cap being the top of her skull. Separated, her body convulses drastically, and the only thing he can do is swing as much as he can. Some of the swinging ends up hitting her, of course, whatever is left of her. The other swings end up lopping off the limbs of the tall man, but it doesn't really seem to affect all that much. After cutting through a limb, of course it separates, but it seems to separate that much more at will than his ironed insistence. Of course, the captain fights like a man possessed, and he is. The tall man, however, doesn't really seem to take the fight all seriously. It uses the top of Shadow's head as a club, badgering and beating him whenever an opening is presented. And of course, as the fight goes down longer and longer, the less he's focused on being able to parry or dodge blows, and the more he's simply taking mains to the face and the top of her teeth into his arms and armor. Of course, somewhere by the end of it, he does manage to take down the tall man, or at least what he thinks is taking it down. Many of its limbs have separated and have been hacked apart. Of course, many of the limbs more are still moving and wiggling despite having been separated from the center mass. By the time he finally lets fatigue win over and he stops swinging, the tall man is still there. It's in chunks, it's in slices, it's in pieces, and yet it doesn't seem to care. It doesn't seem like being bisected and trisected and everything else. None of that seems to stop it. Instead, it just seems to stare at him. The multitude of legs go into the body of Shadow through the gaping neck hole until only the head remains. Whether or not the head spoke or the captain simply imagined it, he can't really say. Sun rises, and of course, with the captain and with Shadow leaving, many of the group, not necessarily a band, they'd been together for maybe a few days at that point, they're deeply disheartened by this abandonment. Of course, the farm boy, he's rather Eh, he's stalwart. He believes that there's maybe something that happened and maybe they went off. Who knows? As far as he understands, they're possibly a couple just trying to get some alone time. Understandable when around so many new faces and names and pairs of eyes. After all, not all rumors being shared are necessarily for their positive image. Many of the 20 thugs that were hired, they're tempted to just leave, but at the same time, they don't really care, so they just sit there and the camp is still theirs. Of course, the three amigos are just same thing. They're as cowardly as ever. They're enjoying themselves at least. All this ends when they see a headless horse and some sort of desecrated golem riding into the camp. Almost instantly, many of the band are destroyed, utterly and entirely. What ends up happening is that, sure enough, many of the undead follow. It wasn't that they were simply so slow, it was more that they were waiting for some sort of cue, some sort of effort. Of course, many of the 23 figures who had no place living as long as they did, they were quick to die. Some tried to fight, some simply went mad and laughed at the absurdity of being torn apart by corpses. At least one of them made a very good show, maybe had a future in the company of the ruinous rabble under different circumstances and under a different life. Of course, he had his head torn from his body, and of course, he still managed to put up a good fight even after his body was repossessed and turned on his brethren. The farm boy, through all of this, ended up focused on the undead cavalier. What's interesting is that after a few blows, being able to more so avoid getting damaged so much when he thought for sure he would be dead, he had the sinking feeling that this cavalier was taking it easy on him. An impossibility, surely, when it came to such a monstrosity. Eventually, even the farm boy, he was bested. He ended up falling onto his back wounded and his arm broken. With this, he was in no state of fighting, and with everything else going on, the other 23 were already in the process of being devoured or turned into something more suitable for the group. The cavalier, looming over the farm boy on top of his headless steed, all he did was throw a pair of heads at him. One that was a half-crushed skull. The other was some sort of meaty figure that didn't even resemble a head. It more resembled a spongy figure, neither of which looked like they had aged at all. The cavalier, glaring down at the farm boy, he didn't say anything, but it was only then that the farm boy understood of what exactly he was looking at. Despite the adrenaline of it all, he surely thought that it was simply another monster, something fused together. Only now did he realize it was something resembling a rider and a steed. Of course, he didn't dare say anything. Speaking would only waste time and breath, and at the time he had maybe seconds worth of both. The cavalier, for it to pause and it to throw those to him, the only thing he did was he took one of them, the split skull, and not the meaty bulb that might have been something's head at one point in time. The only thing he did was run. Shockingly, the undead horde didn't seem to focus on him. It focused on everything else. It focused on raiding the camp to no avail, despite there being no more living souls except him. Some even stared at him, simply standing in mid-devouring, watched him as if he were the key figure on a stage. The farm boy made it back to the city. He didn't know how much time had been spent. He wasn't sure if he was marching or running. He was in such a delirious state that he didn't understand what it was that he saw or what he experienced. Everything had happened in a matter of seconds, and next thing he knew, he was back at the gates, waving around the figure as if it meant anything to anyone. It didn't mean anything to him. He didn't know what they were doing. He knew that he was gifted this icon as if it meant something. Now, of course, with with the client and with the personnel that he kept, of course, having been able to keep track of things and perhaps maybe even having had spies watch the entire slaughter go down and make it back before him, he was eventually escorted to the client's home. Of course, with the skull hidden in a sack that they provided. Now, of course, the client himself, he seemed rather happy. After all, this was a victory in his eyes. Push comes to shove, mercenaries are absolutely worthless as human beings. They pay to die, and they pay to kill. The fact that the captain and Shadow had supposedly died meant nothing to him. It meant that the ruinous rabble, such as it was, succeeded, even if the success was only for one to savor. Ah, I see that you ended up taking some of them down. That's excellent work. I admit I had some of my doubts, but as always, your company has amazed me time after time. Of course, the client is happy. with that said, he does pause, noticing that the farm boy is absolutely traumatized by what he had seen and not even been able to adequately comprehend. The client claps his hands together and says, well, listen, understand, losses are always a terrible thing, but what you have accomplished has saved more lives than you will ever know. And of course, the farm boy, he's done nothing to save anything. He's done nothing to save anyone. All of this, he simply woke up, was accosted, and by some profaned miracle, he was allowed to leave. The only one at all. And of course, as he's still trying to understand this, the client claps his hands a few more times, and sure enough, there's a pair of manservants, very finely dressed, better than anything he had ever dressed before in his life in his tiny, tiny, quaint town. They bring out a chest full of gold, and of course it's a chest that he himself cannot hope to carry. After all, how can one man haul that around and not immediately be mugged? Said, well, I understand that you were paid in advance, but here is another 5,000 for you. I understand that this will not cover everything to regain your numbers, but I believe that this will allow you to at least enjoy some semblance of victory. And of course, the farm boy doesn't really understand what's happening. All this is happening way too fast. He's never really dealt with any form of negotiation. He doesn't understand what's going on. That he dares ask about the Cavalier, and of course the client shrugs and says, "Well, it's not something for you to worry about. Your contract is done. I will find someone to deal with that." Now, with that said, the client does lean in, and the manservants are still there. They are still staring, and it's only now that the farm boy is noticing that the manservants, they're staring very hard, and their eyes are not what they should be. The client leans into the farm boy and puts his hand on his shoulder. My advice to you is to take this and leave the city as fast as you can. Whether it's a wagon, whether it's an equine, whether it's a fucking donkey. As the client says this, his voice deepens, and it turns into something that is pure malice, barely contained by an attempt to sound civil. If I see your face again, I will eat it. Now, leave me to my conquest. The end. So, that is the tale of the ruinous rabble. That is a nice 3 hour story time. And that is with zero preparation, zero thought, zero planning. So, to be fair, the captain and Shadow, they got their revenge. And they knew exactly what they were doing. The farm boy, at least he's rich now. Whether or not that means anything is, it's another question. So, yeah. Uh, I thought it was a nice story. It's I don't know why they're fucked up. It's just kind of how it went, I guess. I mean, to be fair, the captain and Shadow didn't really care about what they came across. I mean, it's they understood that when they came back from that mass grave, they understood just where exactly they were. They knew that they were effectively dead because you don't lose everything like that and then just bounce back. The only thing keeping them alive was getting revenge, and they got revenge more or less. They were able to take down two before leaving, and of course the tall man is it's the one that evened the odds. The farm boy, as sad as it was for him, at least there's a very strong chance that he may get to enjoy that money. So, you know. And Florb, yeah, it's I don't know if I do a lot of spooky greens, but there are a few that I've done that some are more experimental and some don't work because it's purely text, but some of them, like Your Nightmare, I've heard some people like that, and that's a pretty short one. Uh, XC, aha, I'm glad you bring it up. Yep, it's if you were one of the 5 or 6 people connected to the Storytime panel I did at Fair last year, it was like in the middle of the night. There's like 5 or 6 of you guys, and like maybe 8 of you at the Horse Words and You panel. Uh, you could argue that it's connected because the state of the world is because of a mad knight and his demonic steed, which very well may be the madman who ended up killing that princess. Well, technically, Steed destroyed the princess, and the uh, man who fancied himself a knight kind of just rolled with it. So, if you care about continuity, yeah, you could say that's connected. I didn't record that one, so I think that's like a nice exclusive. Only a few people who were there for that were actually there. I thought about it, and I don't know if the panels for Merrifer closed or not, but I haven't planned on doing another panel just because when you have like only 5 people show up, I don't really know if it's worth doing a panel or not. I mean, it's if people want, I can show up at Merrifair and outside of working at the game room, you can just bring me into an area and I can tell stories all day long if it's interesting. If anyone's interested, I guess. And yeah, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's I mean, as you saw, it was just us in there, and it was just me telling a story. I don't even think I had the microphone. I think it was because we got moved out of that big room into the smaller room, and then it's just, what's the point of a microphone? So I just, you know, and yeah, it's I'm glad that I've been able to do the fancier badges for 3 years of Mayor Fair, but I'm concerned I might not be able to do that next year, depending on things. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, it's I remember a few of us were talking in the hall. I remember after the story was done, like we spoke for like an hour after the story. And it's like again, not to be pompous or anything, but I think that's a good story where even if it's like a short story that's being orally told, if it makes you think after and it makes you think of all the details and stuff, that can't be a terrible story. Not if it sticks to your head that much and makes you like think of so many details. It's yeah, it's like you have living proof that I don't do anything to prep this. I don't read off of a script or anything. I just you can fucking go for it. And I think the more I do this, the more I can adequately articulate myself compared to the first time I did the story time of the was it the thieves who met in the or who were in the forest and then ended up going to that village. And that was like what last year or something like that. Like everything else, it's a skill to build. So yeah, it's 1 a.m. for me now. The panel's officially over, and I think that's it for the rest of the night. So I don't know if anyone is interested in questions or wants me to stop talking. I don't know. But it's been fun. I think next time I do this, I might also make it a two-parter rather than just like constraining myself in an hour and a half, just saying, you know what, fuck it. If it takes 3 hours to tell a story, and if there are people who are willing to listen for 3 hours of a story, I mean, it still sucks that I'm not able to sit down and focus on writing, but for me to be able to at least tell the old style of a story of just fucking telling it, I think I'm happy with it. How many people are even awake at this point? I guess that's the other question. Because, like, everyone's listed as away, effectively. As long as you enjoyed listening, that's honestly that's all I can ask for. Because I'm not an art man, so my stuff will never really grab anyone, unlike that instinctual split second level. But I don't know. Storytelling's nice. If I had a choice between being able to draw and being able to write, I think I still prefer being able to write. I don't know. I enjoy it. Yeah, 5 people listening, just like in real life. That's I don't know. I kind of felt a little bit goofy with that, especially since I had so many people saying, "Oh, I forgot about your panel. Oh, I went to sleep." It's like, whatever. You can say that. I don't care. And it goes to show that I can tell a story even though I took like 2.5 mouthfuls of vodka at the very start. I've been told the few times I write while drunk, it has a better flow to it. Uh, to what extent, I have no clue. So, yeah, I don't know. Panel's over. MLP Con continues until tomorrow, I guess. And I don't really know what else to talk about. Uh, I guess for the panel thread or whatever thread, I'll see if there's any interest or any ways I can set up where if I do like a weekend stream or something like that, or whatever stream of just more oratory storytelling, shit, I'm fine with that. It's not writing, but it means that I can focus on a story that just takes a few hours, and I don't have to sit down and focus on writing. I can just say it and cut out the middleman. So, I don't know. Uh, I guess that's it. I don't want to clog up more of everyone's time of like the 5 people that are awake, so. This is being streamed at my YouTube channel, which let me at least link to that, I guess. There's this for the YouTube channel, and that's where this is being streamed to, along with some of the other panels I've done in the past, not just for the storytelling, but for the horse words and you panels where I describe stuff like characters singular, characters plural. Kind of a shitty panel that's focusing on setting, which I admit is a weakness for me, so me doing that kind of helped me along too, at least when it comes to articulating. And then the one of bringing it all together and actually starting a story. And because someone brought it up, this is my pwn paste. Again, it bugs the absolute shit out of me that I haven't really added to it all that much recently. But if you're interested in what I've done or you enjoy it, I mean, I write the exact same way. I let shit happen as it happens. Um, when my personal stuff finally gets resolved, I want to do nothing but write and at least finish up my stories. It's very important to me that I do that. I can openly say I've never felt any pride in my life compared to being able to write stories like this. And you know that's really fucking pathetic of me because it's horse words and greens on an esoteric board and esoteric threads on an esoteric site. So I'm like 5 layers deep of bullshit. So yeah, I'm gonna end it now. Enjoy. I hope you enjoyed the happy ending.